Do you know what this gesture means? What do the coin's gesture and the alien mummies found in Peru have in common? Why do people copy the greeting gesture of aliens, imitating them? After all, we copy those who we want to be like, those who we worship. Why did people begin to worship alien mummies? What don't we know about our real history? On September 13, 2022, watch the live broadcast of Kaleidoscope of Facts International Research Project, The Code of Gods. It's time to give the truth back to people. Initiated by the participants of Allat International Public Movement from Israel.
Hello, dear friends. How close a relationship do you think we have with alien races? How have these contacts influenced the development of our civilization? What don't we know about our real history? There are really a lot of questions, and they have arisen after the video Code of the Apexians with the participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov on the Allat TV channel. We heard interesting information about the influence of alien civilizations on the human population. We became curious to look on this in more detail, so we did some research and talked to scientists, religious scholars, archaeologists, and researchers. Our Kaleidoscope of Facts was initiated by the participants of the Allat International Public Movement from Israel. Volunteers from all over the world took part in its preparation. Thanks to our technical and translation team, we are broadcasting with simultaneous interpreting into 18 languages on numerous streaming platforms. The Code of Gods is the title of today's 26th Kaleidoscope of Facts. Aliens. People have different attitudes about the information that they exist. Recently, this topic has been appearing more and more often in the media. Do you know that the number of facts and observations of UFO sightings is growing? We suggest you watch a video on this subject.
Who do you think knows the most about alien civilizations?
Believers say it's proof of UFO activity.
Oddly enough, it is the Pope and the Catholic priests involved in space exploration who know the most about aliens. Pope Francis and his predecessor Benedict XIV declared that we are not alone in the universe, and promised that all of humanity will soon learn of the existence of alien civilizations. The serious attitude of Pope Francis and the Catholic Church to the issue of paleocontact by the Vatican's repeated statements that they are open to contact with alien beings and that nothing will prevent them from being accepted into the Catholic Church if they want to. Even before 1800s, the papacy founded many observatories devoted to astronomical science. Now the Vatican Observatory is one of the oldest active research institutes in the world. Moreover, the Vatican has its own space program, which in terms of awareness and technological equipment is no worse than that of NASA. The Specola Vaticana Observatory in Castel Gandolfo, Italy, is also directly subordinate to the papal throne. This observatory also hosts astronomical international conferences. In 1981, The observatory opened the second research center in the American city of Tucson, Arizona. The Vatican conducts astronomical research using a modern telescope located atop Mount Graham in southern Arizona. This observatory is home to one of the most modern and powerful telescopes in the world. Do you know what this telescope is called? It's called Lucifer. Lucifer is a large near-infrared binocular telescope with a camera and a built-in field unit for extragalactic research, which is a cooled device attached to the telescope. It is cooled to minus 213 degrees Celsius, which allows operations in the near-infrared range. This gives the ability to observe the formation of stars and planets, as well as to observe very distant and young galaxies. It has a large field of view and high-resolution capabilities, allowing for a wide range of observations. It is interesting that in 1990, 27% of Americans believed that aliens had visited Earth. 10 years later, this number rose to 33%. In 2015 to 45%. The special services of different countries are monitoring the increasing occurrence of UFOs and unidentified aerial phenomena. In April 2020, the US published 3 videos of UFOs. Several Navy pilots said they had observed unknown flying machines, faster and more maneuverable than anything they had seen before. Experts confirm that the objects violate the laws of physics and instantly change direction. They can move not only through the airspace, low above water, but also underwater. The Navy characterizes the objects captured in these videos as unidentified aerial phenomena, said Joseph Gradisher, a spokesman of U.S. Navy Intelligence Director Matthew Collar. In June 2021, the U.S. Office of the Director of National Intelligence released its report, which examined sightings of 144 UAP, unidentified aerial phenomena, only one of which the investigators were able to explain. The number of UFO sightings logged by the US government is on the rise. A US Navy intelligence official told in the first public congressional hearing on UFOs. Reports of sightings are frequent and continuing. Scott Bray, Deputy Director of Naval Intelligence, told members of the House of Intelligence Committee, intelligence agencies of countries are expanding their staff to investigate UFOs, unidentified aerial phenomena. The U.S. National Aeronautics and Space Administration, NASA, employs 24 theologians. This number includes religious expert Andrew Davison, who is convinced that contact with extraterrestrial life forms is becoming more real every year. The mission of the church ministers is to prepare humanity for this event. A reasonable question arises: for what purpose is this information now beginning to be raised at the level of government services? And what kind of reaction are they expecting from us?
This is interesting. I thought clergymen were supposed to be more interested in God, not looking for contact with alien civilization. Why do you think they do this? And why were we previously persuaded that aliens do not exist, and now we are being so carefully groomed for contact with them? What have the clerics been hiding from us for those years? Yes, I'm also surprised. Why have the facts about paleo-contact been brazenly denied, and the eyewitnesses of those phenomena were ridiculed, even if they were pilots who observed everything with their own eyes? To this day, a huge number of artifacts have survived, have remained, confirming the fact of paleocontact. We suggested that we now watch a video.
On Earth, there is a lot of evidence that our planet was visited by alien civilizations. Why is this not given due importance? If these facts have been seriously and thoroughly studied, why are the results of these studies still unknown to the general public? Megaliths, temples, runways, it is obvious that with the current level of technological development, we are not able to reproduce things that archaeologists find. Artifacts, figurines, are you still in doubt? Mummies, skeletons, heritage which must not be ignored. It is time to bring the truth back to people.
Megalithic structures, high technology, and geoglyphs that can only be viewed from a great height. And the latest findings of archaeologists simply do not leave any doubt about the credibility of paleocontact. Previously, scientists could not speculate, but now the DNA analysis of the found skulls and mummies was made. But first things first. And Tali will tell us more about what archaeologists have actually found.
Thank you so much for letting me share this interesting information with you. So nowadays, very often we see reports that archaeologists find different objects, structures which are made by using technologies that are not yet known to our science and our civilization. The question arises, where did people who lived many centuries and sometimes even millennia ago had such high-tech devices from? One of the theories is that humans were in contact with other civilizations. Ancient cultures created mysterious geoglyphs all over the world. Huge images carved into the landscape and often can be easily seen only from sky, from top of the planet. And these pictures are drawn long before aerial traveling was a reality. The fact that these geoglyphs exist raised questions about their origins. Who were these drawings meant for? Who made them? And what was their purpose? The most famous geoglyphs, the Nazca lines, can be seen in the Nazca Desert in the southern Peru. On the basis of measurements of geoglyphs in Nazca Plateau, according to the scheme of Maria Reicher, a researcher, Allat calculated that it would take 100,000 man-years to manually free from stones a total area occupied by 800 trapezoidal geoglyphs, 100 various spirals, 30 semantic images, and 13,000 lines and stripes. Modern satellites maps show that the geoglyphs extend across the entire 1,500 kilometers long Pacific coast of Peru. In the Atacama Desert in the northern Chile, a large geoglyph was discovered in the shape of humanoid figure with 3 fingers. We will talk about this one a little bit later. and it is 25 meters long. Before this find, the most famous humanoid geoglyphs were from Atacama. It was so-called Atacama giant, 119 meters long. It is believed to be an image of a god or demigod of the locals, which they created between 1000 and 1400 years before Christ. Some ufologists immediately saw a connection between the three-fingered geoglyphs and the famous three-fingered mummies of the Nazca Desert. By the way, it's only 800 kilometers from Nazca to Huara. And this image shows the Tarapaca geoglyph in the Atacama Desert in Chile. Interestingly, that this particular geoglyphs can be seen on the Pope's clothes. Are you surprised? What else do we not know about our history? In a low-populated region of Australia, there is a Marie Man geoglyph. It is the largest geoglyph in the world. It is about 4 kilometers long, and the lines it is drawn with are 10 meters wide. Archaeologists find amazing artifacts in the hills of El Toro, Mexico. The age of the finds range from 1500 to 25,000 years. 15,000 to 25,000 years. It all began back in 1944 when, during a walk, Waldemar Julsrud noticed several hewn stones and fragments of pottery that were protruding from the soil on the hillside. Waldemar had an excellent knowledge of Mexican antiques, and those immediately he realized that these findings on El Toro Hill could not be attributed to any culture known at that time. Julsrud became his own investigation, followed by his son and grandson. And at the end, Julsrud's collection amounted to several dozen of thousands of artifacts. Some say it's 33,000 and others say it's 37,000. Julsrud's collection included many anthropomorphic figures representing an almost complete set of racial types of humanity. So imagine it was including Mongoloids, Africanoids, Caucasoids, including those with beards, Polynesian types, and others. But the sensation of the century in his collection was the discovery of statuettes of two types. One group were the images of dinosaurs, and the other one, unknown flying objects. Also, of interest are the findings of the Hongshan culture, which emerged about 6,500 years ago in the lands lying between Inner Mongolia and the modern China provinces of Liaoning and Hebei. Its creators left behind extraordinary work of art in jade. Figurines with humanoid eyes have been found. And it is believed that was during the Hongshan era that the dragon cult was born in China. These unusual statues on the island of Nuku-Hiva in the Marquise Islands of French Polynesia in the Pacific Ocean baffled the most experienced archaeologists. They actually portrayed so-called gray aliens, the creatures with humanoid bodies and the head of a strange reptile with eyes that are huge and rounded and with those mouths that are sitting very low. And it is likely that they were considered some kind of demigods and worshipped. And these are the artifacts of the Olmec culture, civilization. The Olmecs were the first major civilization in Mexico, and they existed from 1600 to 350, year 350 before Christ. If I just wonder, where did the knowledge of these flying machines and the technologies that were made out of stone, and sometimes they were up to 20 tons, like, where did this come from? And here are even more interesting finds. The first panel is found in Peru, and the second one is in Mexico. These images show different types of alien creatures, so-called greys and reptiles. And these creatures are wearing ritual masks. One of the panels is also showing the scene of sacrifice. Paracas Bay has a mysterious trident called the Paracas Candelabra, or the Candelabra of the Andes. And the enigmatic geoglyph is located on the desert mountainside at the altitude of 150 meters. It is thought that it's been created 200 years before Christ. There are even more incredible finds by archaeologists that surprised and raised many questions. For example, skulls with elonged shaped, and the most striking things is that the skulls of these shapes were found on territories in completely different ethnicities and quite distant from each other by time and geography. Professor Konstantin Korotkov, he's a doctor of engineering, and we will let him to tell us a little bit more about this and elongated skulls. Please, let's watch a video.
Creatures with elongated skulls have been known since ancient times. If we go to the Hermitage and look at the statue of Nefertiti, her skull is elongated. And it was shown that many cultures purposely deformed the skulls of infants to make them look so elongated. It was a sign of a superior race. But it is shown that it is possible to distinguish between skulls that were deformed with planks and those that were natural. For example, during excavations in Crimea, we found a skeleton of a child with such a deformed elongated skull, and the child was an infant. Obviously, no one worked with him. The baby was born and died fairly quickly, and then, somewhere during the excavations, he was found. For example, in China, such an elongated skull was considered a sign of sages. Lao Tzu is often depicted with such an elongated skull. So it's clear that in ancient cultures, in ancient civilizations, it was known that there was maybe a separate race, maybe individual people with this elongated skull. And then they copied them. The volume of this skull is really larger than the volume of our skull. So it is logical to assume that the greater the volume of the skull is, the greater the thinking capacity is. Although there are a lot of nuances with energy, with the possibility of blood circulation. Though you know there were extra holes found in these elongated skulls, which indicate that there was an extra blood circulatory system. This elongated skull has its own characteristics. It has a different position on the spine. And when Galitsky and I were in Peru, we visited a museum in the town of Ica, where a lot of those elongated skulls are collected. And you can clearly see, they allow to examine them, that these elongated skulls have a different way of attaching a skull to a vertebral column, which apparently means it is a representative of some other vanished race.
Thank you so much, Konstantin Georgievich, for these fascinating facts. A study of ancient cultures of Paracas that was existing in southern Peru, 4th to 3rd century before Christ, archaeologist Julio Tello found an extensive necropolis containing more than 300 burial places, whose age was not less than 3,000 years. And unusual skulls were found over there, which had this mysterious elongated shape. And the DNA test carried out on the skulls proved beyond a shadow of doubt that these were not human skulls. This possesses a question who they were and what is the history behind them. Most importantly, why current history is silent about it. Who were these mysterious creatures, and is it possible that they could come to our planet from a different planet? I would suggest us to watch a fragment from an interview with archaeologist Brian Forrester.
Many different cultures from cranial deformation all around the world, Western Africa, through the Americas, through Europe. But the bracket skulls are special because we have a lot of evidence that they were originally natural in shape, so they were born that way. They were not initially the result of cranial deformation, but over the course of time, they bred normal people, and so that's when cranial deformation began with them. But some of the features that are unique are the lack of this suture that comes back this way. That does not exist in them at all, original ones. Also, there are two holes in the back of the skull for nerve and blood flow, which are not in a normal human being. And the eye sockets are up to 25 or more % larger than they are normal. And as well, where the spinal column enters the bottom of the skull, it's 2.5 centimeters from where it should be. It's not at the balance point like it is with us. So that indicates that their skulls were larger than normal, about 25% larger than a normal human skull. So all of those characteristics tell you that they're not originally Homo sapiens. The two holes are right in the back of the head here. Medical doctors have told me is that would assist for blood and nerve flow, because if the skulls were taller than normal, assist in being able to get blood to go to the head of the skull, which is kind of curious. No, the foramen magnum, which is where your spinal column and vertebrae enter the bottom of the skull, is 2.5 centimeters back from where it should be. So that, again, that would have to be genetic. That could not be something that would be head binding. Also, the foramen magnum is about half the diameter of what a normal human being is. So it's speculated that their necks were actually quite a bit taller and thinner than a normal human being. Yeah, we did DNA analysis of 20 different Paracas skulls, and only 2 of them indicated a maternal ancestry that was Native American. Of course, all of the academics believe that they were 100% descended from Native Americans, but only 2 of the 20 indicated that. 16 of them drew very close ties with the genetics of other elongated skulls found around the Black and Caspian Sea area in Eurasia. So that indicates a migration, and they were contemporary about the same time, around 800 to 600 BC. So that indicates the genetic connection. But what's interesting is that these people, as far back as 2,800 years, masters at brain surgery. So for supposed primitive culture, they were more or less a Stone Age culture, but they had mastered the ability to be able to perform brain surgery with a survival rate of up to 50%, which is not even what I don't think modern surgeons can claim that. So we do see evidence of trepanation, which is where part of the skull has been cut out in order to perform the surgery. And then what they would do, for some reason they knew this, they were able to take their silver or gold, very thin pieces of silver or gold, and put it in the place where the surgery was performed. And then over the course of time, the bone would grow back again. So the survival rate, as I said, was about 50%, which is quite amazing. And I have seen skulls where the wound has, they could not be the result of normal evolution, because they suddenly appear about 2,800 years ago. and then they disappear about 2,000 years ago. So evolution takes hundreds of thousands, if not millions of years to create a new life form, like from Cro-Magnon to Homo sapiens kind of thing. So that's the great mystery. They suddenly appear and disappear in a very short period of time. So some people speculate that they were some kind of, possibly, of a non-terrestrial species that were introduced to our planet. I'm open to the idea. There's no actual evidence, but there's so many physical characteristics that make them different from Homo sapiens sapiens that we know that they were not Homo sapiens sapiens. And of course, Peruvian archaeologists, I'm getting no confirmation or no support from them about this, because they do not want to touch the subject. This is too strange for them, too dangerous to their careers to be able to even discuss the idea. I would have more medical people look at the skulls and look at the mummies and the skeletons more than archaeologists, because the archaeologists seem to be relatively closed-minded when it comes to this. But I've had 30 to 40 foreign medical people, like doctors and nurses and dentists, look at these skulls in person in Peru, and they're all confused by what they're looking at, because the differences that are there are so different from what they studied in medical school that none of them have been able to identify what it is they're looking at.
Thank you so much, Brian. Yes, indeed, we have heard many physical characteristics that distinguish the owners of these unusual and mysterious skulls from Homo sapiens. Perhaps science will soon be able to answer these questions. Who these mysterious aliens are? More interesting facts to come from Monica. Monica, hello.
Thank you, Tali. To sort this issue out in more detail, let's go back to the Natsa Plateau and the mummies that were found there. This find received a very wide response in its time, and many scientists were involved in its study. I suggest to watch a fragment from the interview Konstantin Georgievich Korotkov.
The first mummy we saw was about as tall as a human, which turned out later to be 158 centimeters tall. That was, as it turned out later, a woman, sitting in the fetal position. And the most unusual thing was, first of all, that she had 3 very long fingers. And 3 very long toes, too. And the head. The skull was elongated. So it's all very unusual. When we first came there, we saw that mummy and managed to take tissue samples. And when I came back to St. Petersburg, I managed to organize scientific research. Meaning, we did our radiocarbon analysis, which matched the American one. We did an analysis of the chemical composition of those samples. And most importantly, we did the DNA analysis. That was the main thing, because we understand that DNA shows whether it is a biological object or something artificial. And in Peru, they did a tomography. That is an MRI scan of the mummy, which allowed our scientists here in St. Petersburg to see the structure of the mummy in detail, meaning the skeleton, the tissues, and so on. All this work was led by the scientists of the highest level. So the conclusions were made by the scientists of the highest level. And if anyone starts saying that it's all fake, and that it's all rubbish, then excuse me guys, take the scientific data, they exist, they are available, and see for yourself. And the first and the most important conclusion is that those are really biological tissues. They're not papier-mâché, that's not something artificial, that's a biological tissue. The second conclusion, also the most important one, is that this mummy and the subsequent mummies we saw are indeed real creatures. they used to be real creatures. The structure of the skeleton, the structure of the tissues are indeed all real. That's not an assembly of chicken bones, as it is often said. So there is Maria, who is a humanoid creature. Her DNA is a human DNA, Homo sapiens, but the Homo sapiens of an unknown kind. The fact is that now there is a database of a huge number of DNA of different biological creatures, starting from people of different races, animals of all kinds, plants, and so on. And genetics can compare DNA data with this entire database. So they can identify, let's say, that you have part of a gene, for example, of a Mongoloid, part of Caucasian, and a piece of Neanderthal. And these can be identified in every person. Africans will have their own, Asians will have their own, and so on. And when we looked at Maria's DNA, it didn't match anyone at all. So it's a unique species. I'll put it this way. This is some kind of a special kind of a human being. There is no doubt that she is Homo sapiens, but she does not belong to the races that exist nowadays.
Ďakujeme, Konstant Georgievich.
Thank you, Konstantin Georgievich. It is indeed an important fact that this mummy is not a fake, but a real biological object. It is interesting that the DNA of this mummy does not coincide with the general DNA database of all creatures on our planet. This mummy, Maria, was also researched by the historian and geographer Thierry Jamin. Thierry, please tell us more about your work and about the results of your research.
We started in October 2016. And we have been able to examine a dozen mummified reptilian-type bodies, reptilian humanoids, and various hybrid-type mummies and smaller bodies. And what surprised me most of all in the results of analysis, which were carried out together with our partners from Gaia and Third Millennium colleagues in the United States and Mexico, it was the DNA results. Due to the weirdness of the results, I'll explain. For example, a human body of reptilian type, 60 centimeters long. The DNA results we made in Russia, the USA, Mexico, Brazil, and Great Britain show that about 15% or 19% of their DNA is the same with the Homo sapiens. That has been very incredible, taking into account the fact that, for example, chimpanzees share 98% of their DNA with Homo sapiens. And in that case, these little humanoid bodies have only from 15 to 19% of DNA in common with Homo sapiens. And as for the hybrids like Maria, a mummy approximately 1.6 meters tall or so, the results showed that it has only from 25 to 33% DNA in common with Homo sapiens. The University of St. Petersburg in Russia determined that 25% of the DNA was in common. Let's take banana, for example. A banana has 45% of DNA similar to that of Homo sapiens. Just imagine, 45%, and Maria has only 25% of common DNA. Besides, what surprised us is the fact that Maria's fingerprints on the hands and feet don't belong to that of Homo sapiens. We have spiral-shaped fingerprints when in Maria's case, the fingerprints are parallel. It shows that they don't belong to Homo sapiens, our species. Besides, what surprised us lately was the result of a chest examination made at some universities here in Peru. They discovered osmium in alloy, in the alloy of metal implants. And you should know that osmium is the rarest metal on Earth. And it was very strange to find signs of the presence of osmium in the chest of Louis' mummy, for example. There are found 6 locations of osmium in Louis's chest. And for example, 1 gram of osmium cost €1,800 in February 2022. Because of the intellect of these creatures, they use technology, as the presence of implants demonstrates their knowledge. We also found medical devices on these bodies, indicating that they had more advanced medical knowledge than, for example, humans in Nazca times. And if we determine their level of intelligence, they're probably smarter than I am, that's for sure. The Mummy Maria dates back the beginning of the 3rd century AD, which means it is 1,850 years old. We are talking about the Nazca period. Here in Peru, small reptiloid humanoid bodies are about 1,000 years old, more or less. Well, that's about the 8th to 9th century after the Nativity of Christ. They are more or less 1,000 years old. Their hands were big. There are found mummies with big hands, with 3 fingers. They are over 6,000 years old. Numerous laboratories around the world can say and confirm that these bodies belong to unknown species, unknown to modern science. But it's a bit difficult, and a serious lab will never say they came from outer space, because we don't have the DNA to compare. We don't have extraterrestrial DNA to compare the DNA of these beings, so we can't claim it. Besides, in the south of Peru, on the Peruvian coast, from Lima to Chile, there are many images representing these 3-toed reptiloid creatures in ceramics, on fabrics, in petroglyphs and geoglyphs.
representan estos seres con objetos en su abdomen, como huevos.
And there is a probable possibility that humanity that lived there, the pre-Hispanic people who lived on the coast of Peru and perhaps in northern Chile, had contact with non-human species. But it is kind of hard to claim that they came from the outside. There are also some characteristics found, for example, in the mummy of Maria, which has an elongated skull. Maria has 19% larger skull volume than the normal skull volume of Homo sapiens. However, this type of skull has not only been found in Peru or in the Paracas area. These skulls have also been found in Bolivia, and in northern Bolivia there is a village called Patapatan, where a few years ago a tomb with several human remains was found. A mummy of a 15 or 16-year-old girl who had an elongated skull was found among those remains. The strangest thing was she was pregnant, and the fetus also has such an elongated skull. Elongated skulls have also been found in Europe, Russia, Asia, and Africa. People talk a lot about the contact with creatures from outside in the Nazca area. Of those friends who are listening to us, who may have already visited the Nazca area. In Nazca, there is a kind of special atmosphere. Some people talk about contact with aliens. So, as I explained to you, for centuries, here in the Andes, people have been talking about small people who live in the Andean Apus. Apus are sacred mountains here in the Andes. And many people in the Andes talk about these gentiles, little creatures who live inside these mountains. Also, we at the Hikari Institute do a lot of work, especially in the Peruvian Amazon. And the natives of the jungle tell us a lot about different phenomena in the sky, and sometimes very strange things. They describe objects that look like flying saucers, that fly in and out of lagoons, etc. Also about electrical phenomena, which were also observed a few years ago as part of the archaeological research we were doing at that time. So in Peru, as well as in many Latin American countries, people talk a lot about these phenomena. I wanted to say that the case of the Nazca mummies hasn't been finished yet, and that today there are several universities that are studying this case. I understand people who don't want to see this case as real, because it has a lot of consequences, religious, historical, archaeological, etc., etc. Sometimes it's hard for people to imagine that the history we know is not a real history, and that events in the past differ greatly from what we know.
como decir, muy diferente de lo que...
And we need to give it time.
Hay que dar
The discovery of the Nazca mummy is not unique. Mummies of this type have been found in Egypt, Mexico, and Iran. And I believe that in ancient times, here in Peru, we had contact with beings from outer space. We have images of these three-toed reptiloid creatures in the iconography of the Paracas culture and also in the Nazca culture. The Paracas culture in reality is a proto-Nazca culture. It is a culture existing before Nazca. And so we are talking about more or less 1,000-year era. So we might have had contact with non-human race here in Peru for a long period of time, for many centuries. And if we base on the artifacts found in the Tiwanaku area, as well as in Ecuador, we can assume that we had there is a forgotten history from thousands of years when such contact was possible.
Thank you, Tali. Thierry, it's interesting to see such a high concentration of paleocontact traces in the Nazca Plateau area and in Chile, as well as throughout the whole of the South American continent. In the case of Maria, we find that her DNA is only 25% match to Homo sapiens DNA, while our DNA is a 45% match to that of a banana, of an 90% to the apes. Also, the feature of Maria's anatomical structure are noteworthy. Her skull is elongated and she has a three-fingered hand, meaning she has 3 fingers on each hand and foot. Today, we have already encountered a 3-fingered geoglyph from Atacama Desert. Now we can see the 3-fingered mummy Maria in one way or another always related to paleocontact. We will explain a little later why we focus your attention on this. Stay tuned, Katarina will tell us more about paleocontact. Katarina, we give you the floor.
Ďakujem, Monika. Dobrý deň.
Thank you very much, Monica. Greetings. As we can see, the contact with extraterrestrial civilizations was always with the Earthlings and the influence of aliens on Earthlings. Our planet was attended by various highly developed extraterrestrial civilizations, both soulless creatures and soul-filled human beings, but one of them defended and still defend our Earthlings and our development, but others literally held people in slavery. They destroyed us and robbed us. I suggest that we watch an interview with the ufologist and author of books, Uvarov Valery Mikhailovich.
Every day our planet is visited by civilizations of very different levels of development. But notice that as a rule, now in our time, these contacts are either limited or deliberately hidden. They are hidden at the request of those who initiate these contacts. And this desire not to manifest itself actively into civilization is connected with the very historical events, the beginning of which is attributed to literally 20,000 years from now. The history of our civilization, the civilization that we represent today, and all the twists and turns of history that humanity has had to go through over the past 20,000 years, largely depended on the contact that happened approximately 20,000 years ago. Now it's very difficult to determine the exact date. But speaking of the significance of such a contact, it must be said that the significance is usually decisive. And our civilization back then, 20,000 years ago, being at a fairly primitive level of development, received a tremendous boost in its development. And we can read much about this in the surviving texts, and not only Sumerian ones, but both the Biblical and Old Testament texts actually tell stories that are directly related to that time, but external civilizations are nearby. And from their side, there can be a powerful auxiliary existence, especially since there are civilizations that are very close to us and they are interested in our evolution.
Ďakujem, Valérij Michailovič. Skutočne, pred viac ako 20 000 rokmi došlo na našej planéte...
Thank you, Valérij Michailovich. Indeed, more than 20,000 years ago, significant events took place on our planet. About 25 years ago, Earthlings were enslaved by a highly technological alien race of the Apexians. Signs of the presence of the Apexians can be traced on many carriers on our planet. You can learn more about these carriers with a professional analysis of specialists from the third episode of Kaleidoscope of Facts, Paleocontact, Alien Civilizations, Disclosure of Secrets. There are also many shocking artifacts with images of the Apexians, their actions and flying machines. In the mythology of the peoples of the world, the result of the memory of the time when mankind was in slavery to the Apexians. For example, in South Africa, there are legends of the Chitauri, reptilian creatures who came to the earth to enslave and exploit humanity. Chitauri is translated as those who dictate the law, or dictators. They are a race of creatures that resemble reptiles. Hence, they are called children of the serpent. The Nagas were represented as both friends and animals. Like humans, they were known as extremely temperamental creatures who caused illness and misfortune if anyone stepped on their tail, although on other occasions they were useful to humanity. According to the African legends, the earth was once covered with a thick layer of fog, in which the sun could only be guessed by the movement of the light. The rain always fell in a fine drizzle, and there were never any storms. The world was sheltered by endless forests, covered with endless forests, and people lived peacefully and happily, communicating telepathically rather than with words. Then the Chitauri descended upon the earth in terrible vessels flying through the air, resembling balls which produce noise and fire. By the power of whips of lightning, the Chitauri drove people together. They informed them that they were gods from heaven and people would receive many great gifts from them. They took away people's ability to communicate at a distance, the power to move objects with thought, but gave them speech in return. People found that speech disconnected them because the Chitauri gave people different languages, which led to misunderstandings. The Chitauri put others in charge of people to rule over them. Though these are your kings, these are your leaders, they have our blood in them. They are our children, and you must listen to them because they will voice our will. The Chitauri forced people to dig mines to search for minerals and metals. Then they removed the rain-carrying mist from the sky. And for the first time since the day of creation, people could see stars. The Hutu and Matsuri tribes of West and South Africa, peoples in Rwanda, tell us that their creator is Immanuel, which is translated as the Lord who is here. More than 500 tribes in many different parts of Africa describe similar creatures. They all have big heads, tails, and each of them is about 3 meters tall, and they have flexible fingers without joints. The homeland of the Chitauri is the Red Star, which the Zulu called the Ison Mkamyamba. The Red Star is in the background of the Hyades star cluster, about 65 light years from the solar system. Chitauri feed on human energy, the dark power that humans generate in wars, fear, horror, and torments. No, they refuse any food because they cannot physically handle solid food. They do not refuse blood. There is a legend in Burmese mythology that dragons or mighty serpents, Nagas, once came down from heaven to instruct the first humans. They showed them how to extract gold and precious stones from the earth and water. Interestingly, today the Myanmar people consider their 2,170-kilometer long river, Irrawaddy, as the body of a dragon, and the very shape of the country resembles this monster. Now I suggest us watching a fragment of the video with PhD of Geological and Meteorological Sciences researcher Kaltipin Alexander Viktorovich.
There is no doubt that gray aliens exist. I compare them with amphibians, with one of the groups of amphibians or reptilians. It's a very interesting society which, according to my data, had a structure such as a termite mound, or an anthill, or a beehive. That is, there were some kind of queens, workers, drones, and so on. From my point of view, the Greys are just the workers of these amphibious gods, just one of the groups of this termite mound or beehive, because I don't know how many of them there were. I mean, how many varieties there were, 5, 6, or more. The small groups that have survived until today, because the largest of them, of course, can no longer live on Earth due to gravity change. So the smallest ones most likely live in an energy substance now and require the energy of grief for their existence, which they are now actively using.
Thank you, Alexander Viktorovich. In Japan, Haniwa clay figurines of remarkably small people are found in burials from prehistoric times. At first, archaeologists thought they were ceremonial substitutes for human sacrifices. Their resemblance to the famous Martian depicted on the rock of the Tasuli Ager Plateau in the Sahara, to obscure petroglyphs in a cave near Fergana in Uzbekistan, and to Aztec figurines in ancient Mexico, suggest that these little people wore spacesuits and helmets, like Owens, who taught the people of Babylon according to Barros, Babylonian priest of 350 to 180 BC. According to Chinese legends, the leader of the many armed ones, the giant Chi Yu, descended to earth from heaven. The Ramayana and other ancient Indian books also report that Pahasas, Rakshasas, and their kin Yakshas traveled through the sky in flying chariots. This may indicate that they were another group of space aliens. Humankind had different experiences of contact with highly developed civilizations. Some were hostile to humans, oppressing and enslaving them, while others, on the contrary, cared for people and promoted the development of human civilization. A race of soulless aliens enslaved humans 25,000 years ago. They were called the Apexians. Having no soul, but having a great intellect, they forced people to work for themselves and they still eat people mentally and physically. Having managed to unite, humans asked for help from the Anunnaki, a supreme humankind race, who liberated humanity from the yoke of the Apexians, and the Anunnaki still guard humanity from external cosmic threats. I suggest that we all watch an excerpt from the video Creative Society, the Prospect of Civilization, with the participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov.
And look, the Apexians are at the fourth, while the Anunnaki are at the sixth. From our understanding, the difference doesn't seem to be so big. However, if we draw such a parallel for our understanding, we as of today, with our technological capabilities, such weapons, a mass of knowledge and the like, we are early Neanderthals, who have just taken a stick in their hand. They haven't even figured out yet that it is possible to attach some stone to it. They have simply taken a stick. This is the level of our civilization.
Of our interesting.
But it is even incomparable. I even raised these Neanderthals much higher, because otherwise there would be nothing to compare with. This is a huge gap. Why do the Apexians unquestioningly fulfill what the Anunnaki tell them? Because otherwise, the part of them that doesn't fulfill that will simply cease to exist.
Je dôležité poznamenať, že Anunnakovia, chrániaci a strážiaci ľudstvo pred rôznymi druhmi kozmických hrozieb, nezasahujú do vnútorného
It's important to know that the Anunnaki protect and defend humanity from various cosmic threats without interfering in the external life of people. Thank you for your attention. I give the floor to Anna. We thank all our respected scientists for sharing such an important information. The facts are undeniably show that the paleo contact existed, and we also want to note here several points. Humanity used to have different experience with the highly developed civilizations. And if the Apexians actually saw only slaves and food in people, Anunnaki relieved the humanity from the ego of the Apexians, and they still protect humanity. And it's important that Anunnaki do not interfere with the internal life of the Earthlings. They provided people with the freedom of choice and an opportunity to develop evolutionary. Going back to the Apexians, despite the fact that they are on the fourth level of development as a civilization, they still remain animals. And their community is arranged in the same way as any communal animals. We will find out more about this from the next video.
The Apexians are representatives of an extraterrestrial reptiloid race. They are soulless but highly intelligent animals. They are united by a common collective mind. Due to this, every unit possesses enormous intelligence within this collective mind. Their community is organized like that of social insects, for example ants, bees or termites, where the life of every unit directly depends on the functioning of the family. For the Apexians, like for ants, interests of the community are higher than those of a single unit, due to which they are unified and synchronized. The common consciousness of such social animals forms a single egregor that controls the life of the entire community, and the more units there are, the more powerful this egregor is. In such communities, everyone is subject to a strict hierarchy and does their job. A detached unit without the family dies. There is a certain critical number exceeding which individuals lose their individuality and begin to act coherently as a single organism. Not too clever individually, Together they create stunning architectural structures and solve the most difficult problems. What 1 or even 100 individuals cannot do will be easily done by thousands. Scientists call it a superorganism, using the term quorum sensing. The Apexians, like ants, have a complex and well-functioning organization that allows them to combine and direct the efforts of thousands and even millions of units to the solution of the main task, meaning to ensure the existence and prosperity of their population, and for this they must constantly multiply and capture new territories. In the case when the number of units exceeds a certain limit and they do not have an opportunity to colonize, insects stop multiplying and begin to eat their relatives. But unlike insects, the Apexians are at the 4th level of civilization development. And the 4th level implies the access to free energy and the ability to fly across galactic space without losing time. This allows them to move freely through the universe and colonize new planets such as the Earth, for example. By capturing planets, the Apexians enslave and exploit their inhabitants. 25,000 years ago, humanity was enslaved by the Apexians. And if people had not united in time and turned to the superior human-like extraterrestrial race of Anunnaki for help, then probably the Apexians would have been continuing to rule us till now, seeing in us only food.
לעולם לא הייתי חושבת שחרקים פשוטים מאורגנים.
I never would have guessed that simple insects are so highly organized and interact coherently as a single organism. We have a lot to learn from them. Apexians, being highly evolved, soulless animals, are organized along the same lines as ants. But unlike insects, they are on the 4th level of civilization, have free energy, and can travel through outer space. The question remains, why did they need to enslave humans? We'll find out in the next video.
Do we people remember how 25,000 years ago we were captured by a high-tech race of extraterrestrial creatures, the Apexians? How they used us as slaves, making us work for themselves? Why would a high-tech race want to enslave those who are far behind them in technological development? What is so valuable that we can give to a high-tech race? After all, there are vast resources and billions of planets in outer space. What do they want from us humans? The humanoid creatures are not only spiritualized, but also soul-filled. The soul is a source of the purest primordial energy, which underlines the creation of everything in the universe. The personality of a human being can choose at will where to direct that power. If that power is directed to the matter, it transforms into anti-Allat. This power, the power of our attention, is the most valuable currency in the universe. At the end of the 19th century, the anti-Allat, with a light hand of Sir Edward Bulwer-Lytton, was called the power of Vril. The term the power of Vril is first given in a fantastic novel, The Coming Race, in 1871. The power of Vril gives unlimited capabilities in the material world, from ordinary physical phenomena to the supernatural and magic. Everything is based on the power of Vril. All the energies which humanity knows about and does not know yet about is a manifestation of the power of Vril. The power of humans' attention is the most valuable currency in the universe. And one can get anything out of it if he knows how to do it right. The Apexians know the value of the power of humans' attention, and they know how to collect it, accumulate and use it. To effectively collect the most valuable currency in the universe, they created religion, built temples, and called themselves gods. It should be understood that religions have been existing as long as the mind has been existing in the universe. The Apexians tricked into worshipping them and introduced a cult of human sacrifice. Slavery was total back then. People worked hard at huge quarries, traces of which are left all over the earth, but the main point for the Apexians was a mental saturation, when they took prana out of people, meaning their vital energy. For this they used specially shaped temples, which allowed them to collect and transfer this energy. In addition, they ate human flesh, meaning they used people to satiate themselves twice, mentally and physically. The Apexians kept people in obedience with carrots and sticks. Those who obeyed them and prayed most diligently, meaning invested the most attention in their images, they exalted over other people, bestowed material gifts and solved health problems. But those who disobeyed them, the Apexians punished in public and severely. Of those people who obeyed them unquestioningly, a special caste was formed that mediated between the Apexians' gods and the rest of the people. This caste still exists today. Why else would we people imitate our former slaveholders, copying their gestures? What is it that attracts us so much? Is it not that power which the Apexians had over human society? But do not think that the Apexians and their followers are to blame for the troubles of people. After all, each of us secretly seeks unlimited power. Evil is inside human beings. And in order to defeat evil outside, we people need first to overcome evil inside ourselves. Then humanity will be able to cope with all the problems appearing on our planet and defend itself against all sorts of cosmic threats.
So that's what the Apexians needed, for people massively pay attention to them and put into their images. And a lot of people don't even know what power they have, because the power of our attention is the most valuable currency in the universe. Learn more about the power of attention in the Kaleidoscope of Facts, the power of attention. The power of our attention is indeed a very valuable resource because it's been hunted for thousands of years. So that's where the priests and mediators between God and man came from. That's who needed human sacrifices. And what we see today in religions, these rituals, ceremonies, forms of buildings are all the legacy of the Apexians. We are deceived to this day by their praxis. This is truly shocking information. We first learned about this from the video with participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov, Code of the Apexians. I suggest you watching the fragment of this video.
Let's just say, more than 25,000 years ago.
Yes.
As we know,
the Apexians brought religion into this world.
You see?
Yes, and not only did they bring it, but why did they do that? It was actually done so that masses of people would purposefully invest their attention in images of the Apexians. They elevated themselves to the rank of gods so that people would pray to them and ask for what?
Earthly, material things.
So that people would ask for wealth, for health, the things that we can see and encounter people asking for in temples to this day.
Yes, those are echoes.
Echoes, right. But why do people not ask for salvation of their souls? Why don't they ask for their own salvation, for the sake of their personality? They rely only on the material world, on echoes of the knowledge which the Apexians brought more than 25,000 years ago. And it is clear that they used this tool to rob and deceive people, but not to lead them to God.
Yet, how could they, being soulless creatures,
having no soul,
lead people to God, right? Let's say, heaven is not a zoo, and beasts, even very intelligent ones, do not belong there. All of us understand this very well.
Igor Mikhailovich, why did they use such a method? Why exactly the establishment of religion? What for?
All right, let's consider it. Let's consider a planet, doesn't matter which one, has been colonized. There are intelligent beings there. However, those beings are not only spiritualized, they are also soul-filled. Hence, they are a source of Allat. What has to be ensured so that they pass on anti-Allat to the Apexians? Because you and I also discussed
in the previous video,
in the previous video, that it is the most valuable currency in the universe. In fact, this is true, friends. There is nothing more valuable. And for people to voluntarily give it away, something has to be invented where people get emotional and gather together. Shows, sports events.
Yes, exactly.
Some concerts. You won't arrange them every day. Is that logical?
It is.
In order to agitate the crowd.
Yes, sort of massively.
Moreover, it becomes boring and doesn't provoke such emotions if you watch it every day at home. Again, a person watches a concert, comes home, and doesn't feed the Apexians anymore, right? Yet a human was supposed to generate anti-Allat all the time and invest his attention or pass it on to their treasury. And in order for him to do that, they had to invent something that would make him give it away all the time, you know, like a cow gives away milk 2 or 3 times a day.
Voluntarily, and so that he would want to do that.
Well, in this case, there is a Homo sapiens, and he should do that voluntarily. Yes, he may be held under fear and emotions, but any fear becomes boring, and eventually, if you scare a person too much, he will stop being afraid and will put up with it. He will again stop giving his attention. So what is necessary? Well, considering the level of their development, the Apexians had already colonized millions and millions of planets by that time. And naturally, they had developed methods of working with humanoids like us, right? So they took the simplest option. They elevated themselves to the rank of gods, established a religion, and obliged everyone to pray to them. And not just to pray, but to assiduously pray several times a day and to attend temples every week. Again, we can see domed temples dating back to those times, right? Megaliths and many other structures that have remained since those times.
The Apexians could not lead people to God because they themselves are soulless creatures. The main purpose is to take attention away from humans, so people were enslaved. The Apexians have religion as a well-owned scheme for enslaving humanoid beings. After all, religion has been around as long as there has been intelligence in the universe. It's a good thing that Anunnaki came and freed humans from the power of the Apexians and their religion. You can learn more about the high civilization of the Anunnaki and how they helped people from the Kaleidoscope of Facts, Polycontact, and the truth about the Anunnaki. After the Anunnaki came, the Apexians were forced to leave the Earth, but their proxies, their priests, and their technologies remained. With this knowledge, Atlantis was formed. What kind of a state it was, and what role it played in later history of mankind, we will talk about it further on. I suggest you watching an excerpt from Atlantis, the Elite in Search of Immortality.
Did Atlantis exist? The existence of an island country where a human like God reigned, surrounded by his children, an assembly of gods who ruled people, had wonderful technologies, mysterious magic objects, possessed climatic weapons, the ability to clone a human being, medical technologies prolonging a person's biological life beyond the species limit, meaning increasing life for a long time, the so-called immortality in the body for the selected ones. This information is mentioned in ancient legends of different peoples of the world. An earthly paradise, the country of gods, where supreme God reigned, surrounded by an assembly of gods. The legends about the super-advanced antediluvian civilization, which was situated in the far west, on a large island surrounded by water, the country, the powerful influence of which once spread all over the world. The country where El autocratically ruled with an entourage of his selected servants, the elite, and endowed his children with power over different nations, refer to very ancient times. Both nations of the East and peoples of the West, who lived several millennia ago, still maintain these legends. Each nation called this island state in their own way. For example, in the oldest Sumerian legends, it is the blessed island of the moon, the land of the living, where there was no disease and death, the gods' place of dwelling. The scene of the oldest Sumerian myths about the gods Enlil, Enki, Ninhursag, about the human Utnapishti who survived the Great Flood. These legends are embodied in the Sumerian epic about the hero Gilgamesh, as well as in the Babylonian poem Enuma Elish. It is precisely from these legends that much later, after many centuries, Hebrew priests borrowed stories about the heavenly Eden, the forbidden fruit, the expulsion from paradise, the Great Flood, and much more. In Celtic mythology, it is the Isle of the Blessed, Avalon, located on distant western islands. Its symbols are a glass tower or palace, miraculous apples that grant immortality, and so on. The word Avalon is originally found as a proper name in Welsh genealogy with regard to the mythical ancestor of the oldest dynasties of Britain. In Chinese mythology, the paradise of the immortals, Xian, it is located on three sacred mountains, Penglai, Fengshong, and Yingzhao, which swim in the sea ocean. It is mentioned that the immortal people, Xian, mount the clouds, riding the flying dragons. They have the garden of goddess, Xi Wangmo, in which peaches of immortality grow, Pan Tao. It is known that in legends, an immortal person, Xian, often has a guise of a white-bearded old man, and he is portrayed with attributes of immortality. And in the mythology of the Hellenes, that is, the ancient Greeks, this country was called Elysium, the Isles of the Blessed. Atlantis. Hellenes, about Atlantis. Atlantis. That is how this highly developed island state in the Atlantic Ocean was first called among the Hellenes. But the ancient Hellenic philosopher Plato, in his dialogues Timaeus and Critias, Plato was a descendant of the Athenian lawmaker of the 6th century BC, Archon Solon, who was called the wisest of the 7 wise men of the country of Allat, the country known today as ancient Greece. According to Plato, the great mystery that the history of natural cataclysms repeats itself, and the present civilization is far from being the first, was told to Archon Solon during his travels through Egypt by the Egyptian priest. By the way, according to the legend of the Hellenes, Solon's bloodline goes back directly to Poseidon, the god of the seas, who it is thought founded Atlantis and settled his children there. According to an ancient Greek legend, Atlantis was a large island state which was located to the west of the Pillars of Hercules, opposite the Atlantean mountains. Other ancient sources report about the land of Titan Atlas.
Yes, the number of facts confirming that the existence of Atlantis is huge. I think that after this information, no one will have any doubts about its real existence. And what do you think about it? Share your opinion with us in the comments. The Atlanteans had technology that is not available to us today. The following speakers will tell us about the technological legacy of Atlantis, which still affects all of our humanity. Robert, we give you the floor.
Thank you, Camila. Greetings, dear friends. Indeed, the level of knowledge of Atlantis was so high that the Atlanteans could interfere with the human genome and change it, separating people according to different traits. There is mention of this in the Bible in Genesis 11:1. It is said, there was one people and one dialect on the whole earth. This did not please God, and he decided to correct the situation. And the Lord said, behold, there is one people and one language for all. Let us go down and confuse their language, so they will not understand each other. So the Lord scattered them from there all over the earth. Notice, here God speaks of himself in the plural. Let us come down and mingle. This confusion with the singular and plural with respect to God is present in various translations of the Bible. An Italian writer, essayist, and translator who also contributed to the Italian interlinear editions of the Tanakh for Edizioni San Paolo in Ciniselo Balsamo, Mauro Biglino, in his book, The Bible is Not a Sacred Book, writes, I want to emphasize that when in the Bible we find an expression God, singular, in the Hebrew text we find the word Elohim, plural. And when in the Bible we find the expression Lord or eternal, in Hebrew we have Yahweh. I have already mentioned that it is no accident that the Roman Church intends to take this name out of use. It is mentioned in other ancient writings that the division into races is artificial. For example, in the poem Enmerkar and the Lord of Arata, it is stated, the sage leader of all the gods, gifted with wisdom, Erduga, the Lord, in their mouths, he changed their tongues, he established discord, when the speech of men was one. I would like to emphasize that originally all mankind was one people and spoke one language. The Bible tells us about it, and it is also written about it in the Sumerian tablets. How people were divided into races, we will learn from a video fragment with the participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov, Angels Don't Fall.
When El endowed his children with domains and appointed them gods, let's say about those people experiments started, those very genetic experiments and the like. After all, before that time people had no differences. But when did all this start? Exactly at those times. There came to be, excuse me, white and black people, yellow and red ones. There came to be, let's say, smarter, stronger, physically more resilient ones. There were giants and there were some rather strange creatures too. Again, why? Because when the children got bored, they started fighting and having fun, killing people. And up to this day, some people are having fun like that. So, having started wars with each other, it's like chess games. They wanted to strengthen their warriors. Since they couldn't develop technologically because El forbade them, as it would be a direct threat to his power. And it's clear that they had nothing sacred, and each of his children would strive to take his place, right? That's why they were not allowed to develop technologically, meaning to arm themselves or anything else. But they were developing, let's say, skills and breeding their people more enduring, more cunning and more crafty. Well, that's how it was played.
Mauro Biglino says, there is a direct interference in people's genes in the Bible. I especially address the genetic interference that produced Adam and Eve because the Old Testament has a specific reference to it. The Elohim decide to create Adam using their tselem, an expression that literally means something material containing an image, and contains a precise reference to being cut off in Genesis 1:26-27. This tselem was inserted into the afar, which means ashes, that was already on earth. That is the hominidae DNA, Genesis 2:6. Roxanne Satyam Laroja also supports this view and does not believe that we are descendant from apes. Let's listen to her.
I personally relate the story of the Tower of Babel as a memory of an ancient time, when people communicated with each other in a more intuitive way, maybe by telepathy. But then they lost that ability. They had to create a spoken language, and people, according to their region and their peculiarities, created their own language. Thus, we can say that yes, those were gods who created us in the past. They conducted some experiments on us and then decided to change the experiment and manipulate us. Maybe, I personally believe after my experience that there was hybridization of humans. I don't believe at all that we evolved from the monkeys. Maybe on the contrary, there was even interference of creatures, even very similar to us, but much more developed, who were able to create Homo sapiens.
Thank you, Roxana, for your insights. Indeed, if you read the Bible carefully, you can see that there are characters who are not conceived in the usual way. A certain seed of the Lord is laid in them. So Eve gives birth to Seth, and Seth she-Eve. In ancient myths, the terms gods refers to flesh and blood beings with genetic engineering technology who created humans in their own image. But why did the gods need to create humans? In the epic of the Quiché Indians, Guatemala, the book Popol Vuh, there are following lines. So let us try to create obedient, executive, respectful beings to feed and support us. From the earth, from the dirt, let us make human flesh, so that beings may appear who would call out to us, who would pray to us. The Sumerian poem Enki and Ninmah also speaks of the intervention of the gods in the creation of man. To them, it was just an entertainment. The gods began to compete in the creation of man, but before they did so, they drank heavily. It is clear that the rather drunken gods had several attempts to fail. They got people with weak hands. His hands are weak to take anything, or with poor eyesight. He couldn't see the light and he squinted his eyes. The next had a leg like a worm, crooked and weak. The fourth, he could not let out his seed. The fifth was a woman who could not give birth. Another Sumerian poem about creation, Enuma Elish, Elish from Hebrew means God, human, says the creation of man required divine blood, carrying a certain gene. In order to do this, the gods killed the captured Kinga. From the blood of the murdered man and the clay, they created humans. They tied him up and dragged him to Ea. They declared his guilt and poured out his blood. He created people with this blood. He gave them the burden of the gods and the gods' arrest. As Ea, the wisest, he created the human race. He put God's burden on them. This deed is incomprehensible to the mind. Note that Kingu has a common root with the English word king. This indicates that kings carry a certain divine, in quotation, code. So a special group was created, a special nation, about which we learn from the video with the participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov, the Code of the Apexians. Can we have the video, please?
And one of his smartest sons created a nation, the smartest one, thanks to which, let's say, he defeated his brothers in their games. Well, we know how it ended.
What was this nation distinguished for? What made it peculiar?
I'll try to put it gently, in order not to hurt or offend anyone. Friends, this can be verified and confirmed. In this nation, which is still dominant among all humanity today, this is really true. They began to dominate back then, and still do nowadays. During genetic modification, the Apexian genes, that is, the Apexian code, was embedded into them. 4 genes were taken from 4 Apexian females and were embedded. In other words, there are 4 types. And these genes are transferred solely via the maternal line. However, one more gene was taken as well. The son of El, so to say, took it from the grave of a very high-ranking Apexian. It's a gene of superiority, an elitist gene that he embedded precisely into a male individual. Unlike other genes, this gene is transferred via the male line and solely to men. If those 4 genes, which originated from women, are transferred solely via the maternal line, and only women can transfer them, while a man doesn't transfer them, in this case, it is vice versa. But this gene prevails over those ones. If we take those genes, which are female ones, so to say, of the 4 types, they have actually elevated this nation over all the rest. People have become much smarter. And to this day, they prevail in their intellectual capabilities. As for the gene which is transferred via the male line, it is strikingly different because it has endowed men who have this gene with unusual abilities, I would say mental ones. A simple example: if a man is a carrier of this gene and he has been properly developing, if he just enters a room with 10 people in it, he can easily characterize any of them. He starts feeling and perceiving people. You know, there is a connection between insects. Insects can sense each other at big distances at that. So, a similar ability emerged in those men thanks to this gene. It really makes them much superior to others. Why? Because they perceive, understand, and feel everything.
Perhaps they also have the gift of foresight.
Certainly, foresight.
Of events and people.
They perceive in a completely different way. Their consciousness works differently. It is much more productive, let's say. They will see what we won't see. Hence, they have such a gift. Naturally, such people can easily rule countries, nations, and anyone. Also, in the priestly class, these particular people are far from being the last, so to say.
Dear viewers, after such information, it becomes clear that the ancient myths and legends, what are they about? It turns out that the myths are not fiction, but a way to convey information about events that really happened in the ancient history of humanity. Popol Vuh also describes the story of a girl named Shkih, who was seduced by the fruit of a pumpkin tree. However, the fruit immediately turned into skull. She reached out her hand, and at the moment the skull dropped few drops of saliva directly onto the maiden's palm. She looked quickly and carefully at her hand, but the saliva that had fallen from the skull was no longer in her palm. This was enough for the girl to conceive offspring. This is very similar to the fact that the genes of a dead person were used to conception. This should be noted that this person had a high status in society, and it was important that his genes be preserved. As the voice from the tree said, the image of the ruler, the venerable sage, or the orator must not disappear or be eradicated. It means it remains in those daughters and sons whom it produces. It must be so. The same is with what I have done with you. In Popol Vuh, there are more mentions of creating people, but about this as well as mentions in other sources will tell us candidate of geological mineralogical sciences, researcher Alexander Viktorovich Koltipin.
So, coming back to the origin of the Jewish people, not only the Jewish people, but the Semitic people. And the Semites, apart from the Jews, include the Arabs and the Mesopotamians, the ancient Indian people, the Chinese people, and so on. These are the descendants of these amphibious gods. They were different gods, which is probably why they used different appearances. How did they originate? It is clearly stated in Popol Vuh that messengers were sent to the countries of Pashil and Kayala, where the climate was so favorable, who stole the cobs of white and yellow corn, exactly white and yellow corn, milled them, and created human beings. It further states that these people had no fathers or mothers. This is what Popol Vuh explicitly says. The legends of the Aztecs, Maya, and others tell about this. The Bible often says that grains, some stones were thrown, from which people grew, and Berossus wrote a lot. The Sumerian epic says about it, that they used the genetic material of white gods, and it was poured with the dragon blood. In other words, these were some mixed hybrids, in whom the genes of amphibians and white gods were used. I call them the New People, because in Popol Vuh they are called New People, created by the gods Tohil, Avalish, Tepeo, Kukumats, and many other gods. New people were created, for whom these gods foretold supremacy over the world, and it resulted in very different nationalities, most likely because different genetic material was used.
Thank you, Alexander Viktorovich. Interference in the human genome, as well as knowledge in ancient times about the process of intrauterine development, is described in ancient sources and confirmed by ancient artifacts. Thus, a detailed explanation of the development of the embryo in the womb is described in the Garbhopanishads, which translates to Upanishads of the fetus. This Upanishad was recorded 3000 BC. The first part of the Garbha Upanishad deals in detail with the body and its components. The second part deals with the process of embryo formation and development. The third deals with the causes of improper embryo formation. The fourth deals with the relationship between embryology and theological doctrine of human salvation. The fifth describes how the body acts as a kind of self-sufficient sacrificial mechanism. The Upanishad concludes with a complete list of everything contained in the body. The process of human intrauterine development and intervention in this process, not only described, but also depicted. In India, the temple of Tala Bhairava Nata Tamil Ndu, the stone carvings on the walls of the temple depict the process of pregnancy and fertilization. Today, it is impossible to observe this process without modern equipment, ultrasound, microscope, and others. The age of the temple, according to the official history, is more than 6,000 years. One of the most incredible artifacts is the genetic disc. This most ancient product is made of silica slate. It is practically and theoretically impossible to manufacture something similar on such material, even in our days. Both sides of it are covered with images of the fetus, intrauterine development from the moment of conception. But how did the details become known 6,000 years ago? Equally enigmatic is the Laladov plate depicting the spiral of evolution and a creation looking like an alien, and discovery is 12,000 years old. The result of all these interventions in the human genome was that people not only differed in color, but also in size. There were very large people, giants, as well as very small people. The book of Enoch says that the giants of Titans were 3,000 cubits tall. They were born of a union of angels and daughters of men. This description of giant is supported by artifacts, footprints of giant people, a large number of megalithic structures with doors and steps of great height. But the most convincing proof of the existence of very tall people are old photographs. The most interesting thing is that back in the 19th century, there were a lot of these photos. Now these photos have begun to disappear from museums and archives. There are also artifacts confirming the existence of very small creatures. Judging by the complexity of the constructions, these were intelligent, possibly humanoid beings. These tiny structures are found all over the world. As we can see, there is enough evidence to date that the diversity of a human population is the result of various experiments. But could these changes have arisen as a result of evolution? Let's listen to the next speaker, who will give us more information. Hello, Allat. You have the floor.
Спасибо, Роберт. Добрый вечер. На Земле существуют различные расы людей, которые значительно отличаются.
Thank you, Robert. Good evening. There are different races of people on Earth who differ greatly from one another, not only in their appearance, but also in personal traits, full preferences, and mental or physical inclinations. How did these differences come about? Most scientific writers try to impose the view that it came about by evolution. But many scientists actively and forcefully challenge the theory of evolution and make the following arguments. Proponents of the theory of evolution believe that random or accidental mutations in the genetic code caused by the blind forces of nature will produce completely new traits and changes in the organism. And natural selection would then act on those challenges. In reality, only intelligent manipulations of the genetic code can produce entirely new traits. Our biological bodies, including human beings, are made up of cells whose basic building material is protein. Protein, in turn, is composed of amino acids arranged in specific sequence. Is such a sequence possible by change? Scientists have calculated, if we imagine a protein molecule consisting of 288 amino acids of 12 kinds, which can have different sequences, it will be 10 to 300 different combinations, and only one of these combinations can form a useful protein. That is, the probability of randomly forming a protein in this example is 1 in 10 to the power of 300. And according to mathematics, a probability of less than 1 in 10 to the power of 50 is considered to be 0. Even if the number of amino acids in a protein is reduced to 20, then the number of possible combinations of synthesis of such protein would be 10 to the power of 18, an order of magnitude greater than the number of a second in 4.5 billion years, which is greater than the age of the Earth. That is, evolution simply did not have time to try all the options and choose the best one. The same applies to the sequence of nucleotides in DNA. The DNA chain that controls protein contains about 1,000 nucleotides of the 4 types. So a sequence of 1,000 nucleotides can be lined up in 4 to the power of 1,000 of variations, and that number is truly unbelievable. The DNA molecule is highly ordered and complex, and the slightest random change will cause it irreparable harm. Any mutation is a breakdown in the work of genes, and the breakdown does not lead to an improved species, usually the opposite. When new cells form in our bodies, DNA of the old cells is copied. Therefore, new information can be added to the DNA molecule as a result of mutation. The DNA structure responsible for the genetic information can change their location within the molecule, can be damaged or lost. In addition, it is the germ cell that must undergo the change for the mutation to be passed to the next generation. For example, a human eye that has been mutated due to the natural factor may change shapes, but it will be not possible on the next generation. From the time of Darwin until today, there has not been a single case of one species changing into another by natural selection. For more than 60 years, geneticists have been breeding fruit flies to prove evolution, but so far a new species or even an enzyme has been bred. The same applies to humans. Ecocase has not evolved in a negroid in hundreds or even thousands of years of living in the equatorial belt. With the development of genetics, the fact of artificial gene interfered in the human population is becoming more and more evident. And the priests of science came up with nothing better than to say that there are no races on Earth. And immediately they found the proof. 99.9% of people have the same genome, but the remaining 0.1% is 3 million individual differences in the nucleotide sequence in the genes. Is this not enough? A group of scientists, including representatives of Russia, France, and the United States, carried out an extensive study comparing DNA in different people of the world. The aim was to find out how different are ethnic groups genetically. The main results have been published in the Science, the American Journal of Human Genetics, and other journals. DNA samples were taken from 1,056 members of 52 ethnic groups from around the world: Equatorial, South and Northern Africa, Western, Central and Eastern Asia, Europe, Oceania, and Central and South America. About 400 DNA traits not related to skin color, eye shape, build, etc. were selected for analysis. That is why they choose so-called microsatellite markers, short sequence of repetitive combination of nucleotides. These sequences do not code for any proteins, but can serve as a convenient genetic marker because they accumulate random mutations that do not manifest themselves in any external way and do not participate in natural selection. All these people studied were divided into several groups according to their similarities or differences in these markers. Only then was an ethnicity of the participant revealed. The results was striking. The DNA traits of the individuals forms large groups corresponding exactly to their geographical affiliation to the various continents. In fact, these groups correspond to the main human races: African or Negroid, Caucasian or European, Ocean, Asian Mongoloid, and American Indian. If one follows of the anthropogenic classification of these people, the question arises: how exactly and when did the differences in DNA markers have between the races formed? Anthropologists claim that it was about 12,000 years ago. Thank you for your attention, and I give the floor to Alexander.
Thank you, Oleg. Good evening, dear viewers. In 1955, thanks to the work of Rosalind Franklin, two researchers, Watson and Crick, discovered how incredible the double helix structure of DNA is. Information about features such as height, eyes, hair, skin color, and probably the entire body. The entire plan of the body is 206 bones, 600 muscles, a network of about 10,000 auditory nerve endings, about 2 million optic nerve receptors, 100 million nerve cells and 100 trillion cells in general are all programmed in the DNA of each cell. It's hard to imagine how compact this record is. If one tried to write down all genetic information or the genome on a paper, one would need a huge library of 900 volumes of books of 500 pages each. All this information is encoded on a certain section of DNA called genes, using a combination of 4 nucleotides. They are indicated by the capital letters A, T, G, C, adenine, thymine, guanine, cytosine. Nucleotides. The combinations of these letters in the DNA determine the structure of the organism, down to every detail. In fact, less than 2% of the human genome encodes certain proteins. So what is the other 98%, which is called junk DNA, made for? Is it really junk? Could that be where the secret of human complexity is hidden? The fact is that a specific set of nucleotides in the chromosomes are folded into holographic arrays. These structures emit radio waves and light similar to laser light. And there are studies by scientists who have proven that it is at the wave level of DNA programs that contain the majority of all information of a gene. This answers the question of why, when scientists try to make changes to the physical structure of DNA, these changes do not always become adopted, which means they are not inherited. After all, in order for these changes to take effect, they need to be made at the informational level. There should be a holistic understanding of the structure of our genome. Paleogeneticists have already determined the nucleotide sequence in the genome of Neanderthal Heidelberg and the needs of humans, and compare the data obtained with the genome of modern representatives of mankind living in the different parts of the world. The results of the comparison revealed facts that cannot be explained by the action of natural selection. For example, Asians have significantly more Neanderthal DNA than Europeans. In terms of genetic differences, the Neanderthal genome appeared to be more similar to Europeans, Asians, and Papuans than to Africans. Europeans and East Asians inherited from Neanderthals the genes responsible for skin color and the quality of nails and hair, and these genes were inherited from females, not males. A large section of the modern human genome has also been discovered, which includes the gene responsible for speech. These genes carry no signs of Neanderthal heritage. Scientists have identified 78 nucleotide substitutions, i.e. DNA letter substitutions, that distinguish modern humans from Neanderthals. These replacements were found scattered across different regions of our genome, but most of them were found only in 5 genes, the functions of which are responsible for creating human appearance and are also associated with the features of visual perception, human thinking features, and energy exchanges within the body. In other words, in nature, the changes should be distributed evenly throughout the genome. And here, the differences were clearly identified specifically in 5 genes. Thus, the above changes in the modern human genome cannot be explained by natural selection, which means that the changes were made artificially. And this in turn means that in ancient times, millennia ago, there were technologies to interfere with the human genome. The development of modern genetic engineering proves that this is not fiction. Today, scientists are creating transgenic animals, that is, animals that have been implanted with the genes of other organisms. For example, there are laboratory mice in front of you that have the luminescent gene of jellyfish in their DNA, which makes them glow in ultraviolet rays. The same transgenic fish are specifically bred and sold in pet stores. Do you think it is possible to introduce this gene into humans? Tell me what you think of the photo of the luminous monkeys. With the development of CRISPR-Cas9 technology, genetic scissors, such modifications can be performed in a normal laboratory. To explain in simplified terms, the meaning of this technology is the following. A special enzyme, Cas9, is injected into the organism being edited. This enzyme directionally cuts sections of DNA with the structure programmed by the researchers. The cell finds the cut DNA and will repair it by simply splicing the DNA together with slight modifications, or when the researchers introduce donor DNA. The cell will embed it at the site of the gap. In this way, the researchers get a genetically modified organism in order for the modification to become adopted in the next generations. The changes are made at the germ cell level. The means of delivering both the enzyme and the DNA that the scientists need can be different. They can be physical microinjections, or by creating pores in the cells with the electric current, electroporation, or piercing them with the tiny bullets, bioballistics, or with programmed viruses from the families of herpes viruses, adenoviruses, and retroviruses. But these are all crude manipulations of DNA that are not always predictable to scientists and can cause normal cellular function to fail. There is a way to make changes to DNA at the level of information. This method was studied already in 1974 by the Chinese biologist Zhang Kanzhen. He created an installation which reads information from DNA of one living object and directs it to another living object. In one of his experiments, he acted the information field of the melon plant on sprouted cucumber seeds. The grown cucumber plants tasted of a melon donor, and laboratory analysis showed that the corresponding changes occurred in the plant's genome, which were passed down from generation to generation. Kanzhen also worked with animals. He treated 500 ducks' eggs with the bioinformational field, and as a result, chicken-duck chicks hatched from them. They had membranes on their feet, a duck head shape, and eye location. In 1988, Pyotr Petrovich Goryaev used the method of laser spectroscopy to record two kinds of memory of DNA molecules of wave nature. We have already several times highlighted the research of the Institute of Linguistic Wave Genetics in the field of quantum programming of stem cells that he founded in the previous issues of the previous episodes of the research project Kaleidoscope of Facts, as well as other international project of Allat TV. While there are facts and researchers in this area, academic science at the same time refuses to recognize the achievements of wave genetics. But along with that, on August 25, 2022, Nature Journal published an article about a team of scientists growing a complete embryo from skin cells. Usually, embryonic stem cells in the process of development produce cells of different tissues. Scientists have managed to reverse this process and not only to obtain stem cells from the skin cells, but also to achieve a cell-generated embryo, picking up the conditions of experiment for 9 years. Scientists are surprised by the results achieved, although it is a direct confirmation of the existence of an organism formation program laid down at the level of information, at the quantum level. It's also interesting that at the moment the artificial uterus technology has been developed, which allows such embryos to be grown for up to 11 days. But the question appears, to what purpose is this being done and who is behind it? At the end of 2018, Professor He Jinkui unexpectedly announced the birth of China's first ever genetically modified babies. The twin girls' DNA was altered even before conception to make them immune to HIV infection. After the study was made public, the scientist was immediately criticized by the scientific world, although at the same time, the World Health Organization on July 12, 2021 issued new recommendations on editing the human genome to improve public health, which contains the following phrases. However, some risks exist. For example, with the germline and heritable human genome editing, which alter the genome of human embryos and could be passed on to subsequent generations, modifying descendant traits. Interesting, isn't it? How about the considerate use of somatic or epigenetic genome editing to enhance athletic performance that was described in the report? Studying the achievements of modern science in the field of genetics, you realize how extensive knowledge in this area the Atlanteans had. After all, it was the children of El, through the genetic experiments, that created modern human races and many genetically modified plants and animals. And the evidence for this is overwhelming, from the emergence of major cultivated plants in highlighted areas around the world about 12,000 years ago, to the fact that difference in human races appeared simultaneously, which confirms the man-made nature of this event. Thank you. I pass the word to the hosts.
Thank you, Alexander. To summarize, I'd like to go back to Atlantis. The consumerist format in Atlantis reach a point of apogee, for El's children abuse themselves by making wars among themselves, using people as puppets who obey them without question. In order to have supremacy in the world, they engaged in genetic experiments that produced races. And the smartest of El's children created a nation using the genes of the Apexians. This is really shocking information. It turns out that 19% of the genetic information is not at the physical level in the DNA, but at the informational level. There is nothing extra in the human body, but many programs embedded in us are just genetically sleeping. They can be activated under certain conditions, including when a person chooses whom to serve, God or the devil? Ufologist Valery Mikhailovich Uvarov will tell us more about that.
However, the carrier in a gene is a gene. I mean, it's quite a generalist concept too. Actually, we have a lot of genes in our blood. There are a huge number of unidentified, unknown genes that are called junk in medical science. But they will all be activated and turn on according to a certain program the moment we start following a certain path of our inner development. And in this regard, I'd like to say right away that blood will play a decisive role. I can say with certainty that there remained, well, pessimistically 3%, optimistically 7% of people on Earth who are pure carriers of their gene, the carrier gene. People are usually unaware of this, and it can only manifest itself when they begin to develop their inner abilities. When we begin to travel the path of spiritual development, we will need to turn on certain genetically preset programs. They are present in each of us. These programs are activated only when you are doing everything right on the path of your spiritual development. Genetics allows that, and it only happens because people inwardly strive for it. People want it, but they don't know how. The answer is simple: the great in the small, and that small is in our hands.
Thank you, Valery Mikhailovich. It's a shame that we don't realize what opportunities we have. And if we weren't so passive and lazy, if we took responsibility, society would be different. But unfortunately, for now, we live as consumers, just like the people in the time of Atlantis. They didn't want to change. So what happened is what happened. We will find out next how and why Atlantis was destroyed.
The Atlanteans waged wars and spread their power far beyond their state. Atlantean society was in the stage of decomposition. Selfishness, power, luxury, ambitiousness, corruption of morals. According to the legend, as a punishment, God sent down a severe earthquake and a flood upon them. The large island of Atlantis was destroyed during a sudden strong earthquake and rapid flooding. It was flooded in the water of the ocean in one day and one disastrous night. According to Plato, the destruction of Atlantis occurred 9,200 years before the time of Archon Solon. That is, 12,000 years back from present times. Today, there is quite a lot of scientific material on what oceanologists, geologists, and geotectonic experts and specialists in other fields of science think on this issue. Many scientists had no doubt about the existence and submerging of a big area of land that had once been located in the Atlantic Ocean between Europe and America, which Plato had mentioned. However, many were astonished by the very fact that in this legend, the land submerged in just one day. However, the current rapid global climate change on Earth, which has been observed over the last 2 years, indicates that in the modern world, Any day may become the last for the consumer civilization. As Igor Mikhailovich Danilov said, it is people themselves who by their choice and exactly by their choice whom to serve, the devil or God, are bringing closer or postponing this end of the world. A lot depends on people. Some people doubt the end of the world. But today, only a fool or someone who doesn't see what is happening behind the window may have doubts.
Humanity today is living in a time of global challenges, and it depends on our choice whether or not we and our children will have a future. We'll talk about the climate crisis in more details later, and I will give the floor to Ksenia. She will tell us about the traces of climatic and man-made disasters on Earth.
Thank you, Camila. Good afternoon. Yes, the hypothesis of ancient atomic wars is supported by quite serious evidence. Archaeologists regularly find evidence of ancient nuclear disasters. Textiles, craters, and core show evidence of the use of nuclear and thermonuclear weapons in the past. Textiles are well-melted, transparent glasses with green or black color. They are produced by short-term exposure to huge temperatures of over 2000 Celsius degrees. The same layers of green glass appear in Nevada desert in the United States of America, whenever there is a nuclear exposure. Today, textiles are everywhere on Earth. Quite often, they are found in craters that are concentrated in the desert areas. No traces of meteorites have been found in any of those craters, but everywhere there is evidence of enormous pressure and temperature. This suggests that their appearance is related to the use of nuclear weapons. Scientists believe that the Hamshin created in Kazakhstan is only around 10,000 to 12,000 years old. One of the largest basalt crater in Lunar crater is located in India, is filled with water. The lake itself is shaped like a regular circle, 1,800 meters in diameter and up to 170 meters deep. According to the official version, the crater was formed by meteorite impact, although no debris has been found. To the northeast of Dead Sea, archaeologists in the Jordan investigated the remains of ancient pottery. Radiocarbon dating showed that microscopic crystals of different minerals had stuck together as if they'd been exposed to high temperatures. It could only have happened as a result of the powerful nuclear explosion. Numerous facts indicate that human civilization experienced a global catastrophe about 12,000 years ago. I suggest watching a fragment of the interview with PhD in geological mineralogical sciences, Kaltupin Alexander Viktorovich.
For some reason, there was a catastrophe at the end of the Pleistocene, which was a two-stage event. The first stage was 12,800 years ago, which is quite clearly defined by the North American and European tektite-strewn fields. Various quartz granules and glass that appear. And another, even more powerful catastrophe happened 11,700 years ago, defined by the tektite-strewn field in East Asia that stretches 4,000 kilometers from Australia, New Zealand to Kazakhstan. There are a huge number of sinkholes around the world that date back to about this age, mostly around 12,000 years ago. There are a lot of them. In the Sahara, Egypt, Algeria, and even in Russia, there are a lot of these round-shaped sinkholes. And I studied this disaster in great detail. In addition to these two stages of 12,800 and 11,700 years, there was also a series of more localized events that occurred in different places and at different times, from 14,000 to 11,700 years ago. Meaning, mammoths, rhinos, camels, all of these horses were dying out unevenly, not the way it's thought to have been, either 12,800 years ago or 11,700 years ago. In one place, they died 13,000 years ago, in another place 13,500 years ago. So we've discovered that it was a period when some countries were at war with each other, meaning it was some grand world series happening for almost 1,000 years. A world war, so to say, that was accompanied by two catastrophes. The catastrophe of 11,700 years ago was accompanied by a shift in the Earth's axis. If the Earth's axis used to be in the Greenland area, after this event it jumped 15 degrees to its current position. And we've even got the reconstruction in our works that we carried out, and the mathematicians worked in that grand group of ours. As a result, if there used to be glaciation in North America, there actually used to be a glacier as far as New York. After this catastrophe, North America became ice-free, and the temperature in Northeast Asia, where there used to be a bountiful climate, jumped 50 degrees at once. There was a glaciation. Before glaciation, there was a huge tsunami wave. According to our calculations, the waves were up to 3 kilometers high and washed away everything: mammoth bodies, uprooted trees. Then it all froze when the temperature... Velikovsky wrote a lot about it.
Thank you, Alexander Viktorovich. Another evidence of the global catastrophe, which had a huge impact on the development of humanity, is the Uselo horizon. In 1940, in the Netherlands, near the village of Uselo, the Dutch archaeologist Cornelis Hayseler found a thick layer of ash at a depth of 15 meters. This was a layer of charcoal that had been peeled together and contained tiny cellish, glassy objects called tectiles. And as mentioned earlier, tectiles form only at very high temperatures in excess of 2000 degrees Celsius. This layer was called the Uselo horizon. It was later found all over the world in 10 countries and 4 continents in Australia, South Africa, India, and various parts of Europe. Such vast deposits of ash suggest a worldwide cataclysm that occurred approximately 11 to 13,000 years ago. And here's the question: how do we dispose this information? If we accept the evidence of global catastrophes that occurred in ancient times, then we would have to rewrite the history. Even though traditional science opposes this, we must do it if we want both us and the future generation to know the truth about our past. The history of terrible events of those times must be a warning to us so that it doesn't happen again. The past is the key to the present. Thank you for your attention. I give the floor to Anna.
Thank you, Ksenia. Really, that's a very good question. How do we use this knowledge? How will we use it? After all, as a result of wrong choices, there was a catastrophe in which a large number of people died. Those who were able to survive built a new world. What was the new society and how people lived in those times? Ksenia will tell us about this.
Yes, Anna. As we can see, the facts about the global cataclysm are preserved in the geology of our Earth, and the sciences confirm it. These descriptions of climatic and technogeneric catastrophes also can be found in myths, legends, and religious writings of various people. The same scriptures also speak on the spiritual rebirth of humankind after the Great Flood. It was a period of golden millennium. In the ancient Egypt, this time was called Zep-Tepi. At Hindus, it is Satya Yaga. Also, it is possible to find mentions of the Hyperborea. It was a period of matriarchy, a time of peace and prosperity. Egyptologist Randall Clark speaks of the Golden Age as the first age or a time of absolute perfection, in this bliss of epoch, which has been called either the time of Ra, Osiris, or Horus. There was no death, disease, or misery. Archaeological finds confirm the presence of highly developed cultures older than 6,000 years. These are Göbekli Tepe, Çatalhöyük, Kukuteni Tepile, Sisko culture, Vinča, Anaya, etc. As Maria Gimbutas points out, none of the approximately 150 surviving drawings from Çatalhöyük depicts conflicts, battles, wars, or torture. Ancient Europe knew neither hard fortifications, nor daggers, spears, or halberds. In the large settlements, there were no rulers or any significant cults. People lived peacefully. There is a period when the sign of Allatra was especially revered on different continents. You can learn more about this sign in Kaleidoscope of Facts, the sign of Allatra. How it was depicted and where it occurred, we learn from the video. Allatra sign has been found in different corners of our planet, and this fact is impressive in its magnitude. What does it tell us? It shows that in ancient times there were civilizations more advanced than ours, which had intimate knowledge about our world order and human destiny. The presence of Allatra confirms that the purpose of life of people of that time was spiritual transformation. People knew that God is one. It was the time of an ideal, fair society where freedom and equality prevailed and divine feminine was honored. There was no power and no castle-based social division. In the book Civilization of Great Goddess, The World of Ancient Europe by the American archaeologist and cultural scientist Maria Gimbutas, it was said that civilization, which existed in ancient Europe about 8 millennia ago, experienced a long period of undistributed peace. Maria Gimbutas believed that the generative capacity of any civilization is determined by the level of creative and authentic achievement, as well as the presence of intangible values and the freedom that make existence meaningful and joyful. Maria Gimbutas highlighted that it is a serious misconception and consider that the war is an integral part of human condition. Indeed, from the Bronze Age onwards, human life was often accompanied by fighting and building fortifications. However, this is not the case in the Paleolithic and Neolithic. A candidate in geological, mineralogical sciences, researcher Alexander Viktorovich Kaltupin will tell us about it.
It was a peculiar civilization, which, it's my conclusion, was actually of a communist ideology. They had no goods, they had no property, they had tribal relations, they had matriarchy. Not that matriarchy, not of the goddess Cybele, to whom they sometimes attribute. This Dravidian goddess, a Semitic goddess, but particularly the goddess Danu, Aditi, where women had equal rights with men, where they got married only according to the custom of the Ghent harvest, by mutual attraction, no patriarchal relations, no parents that married girls off, meaning women were rulers, and so on. So, it was a completely unique civilization in the early days, without money, without goods, without anything, where, as they say, everyone lived in tribal communities, a perfect Golden Age society. And this Dravidian civilization that they encountered, I can talk about it in detail, because I work a lot with it. It was a society that cultivated a cult of goods, money, that had patriarchy, the subordinate position of women in society, that always made human sacrifices. I mean, this civilization is completely different, the one which in fact rules most part of the world nowadays. And I've also traced, I'm working on it now, how it came to be that virtually all modern religions fell under this civilization, which cultivates a cult of goods and money.
Thank you very much, Alexander Viktorovich. It is great that our civilization has examples of peaceful life without violence and wars, examples of a creative society. If our ancestors can do it, we can do it. We will learn about what happened after the Golden Millennium from the following speakers. Thank you for your attention, and I give the floor to Camila.
כן, קסניה, זו הייתה תקופה נהדרת, זמן הפריחה הרוחנית של האנושות, אבל למרבה הצער, האנשים, בגלל הטיפשות שלהם, החליפו חיים כאלה לחברת הצרכנות, אבל זה לא קרה מיד. לאורך כל התקופה הזו, נשיאי גנים האפקסיאנים חיו בערים תת-קרקעיות. הם שמרו על האידיאולוגיה של האטלנטים ועל פורמט החשיבה הצרכני. הם השאירו את השלטון כפורמט של יחסי ציבור. הם שמרו את הידע של האטלנטיס ופיתחו טכנולוגיות גבוהות, שבזכותן הצליחו לשרוד במשך 6,000 שנה מתחת לאדמה. בואו נצפה בסרטון.
How long ago do you think humanity started building tunnels underground? You must have thought of the subway. The British were the pioneers in the creation of subway. The first 3.6 kilometers long line was built and launched in London on January 10, 1863. Today, the longest tunnel created by modern humanity is in the Swiss Alps. The Gotthard railway tunnel. Its length is 57 kilometers. It is the longest tunnel taking into account modern technology. This is all that modern people are capable of. Modern humanity has something to learn from the distant ancestors who lived more than 20,000 years ago and built tunnels connecting the continents. NASA researchers, together with French scientists, discovered a whole network of underground tunnels and galleries deep underground, extending for tens or even thousands of kilometers. Some of these tunnels have high cleanliness standards, with perfectly smooth, as though melted walls, and precisely aligned corners. This suggests their artificial origin, using techniques unknown to us. The arrangement of caves forms entire cities with a perfectly designed infrastructure. Ventilation, clean water, the presence of schools, temples, pens for cattle, and all the necessities for life. They were intended to house a large number of people. Such cities are found under all continents. Cities are connected by ancient roads, huge tunnels. These tunnels run under the oceans, connecting the continents to each other, forming a single network. This underworld is known as Agartha.
Впервые Агарта упоминается в XVII веке в работе иезуитского теософа Афанасия Кирхера. Он говорит об этой стране в своем трактате «Подземный мир, в котором все богатства природы».
Agatha is mentioned in the 17th century in the work of the Jesuit theosophist. He speaks of the cancer of his treatise, The Underworld, in which are rich of nature. A more detailed description of Agartha is found in the book by French author The Mission of India in Europe. It was the book that spanned many explorers to search in the mysterious country. The Marcus described Agartha not only as a geographical concept, but also as a primitive church, which inherited the ancient science from the sages of the past. The name of Agartha was given about 5,000 years ago and means unacceptable, and Jonathan will tell us more about Agartha.
Thank you, Anna. Good evening. According to Saint-Yves d'Alvedre, Agartha has a population of almost 20 million people. Agartha is home to libraries. They contain a complete collection of all of the ancient sciences, but ordinary people have no access to them. These libraries are even under the seas. The archives of Agartha cover thousands of kilometers. Only high initiated have access to them. And for thousands of years, they have guarded all the secrets and spent countless hours engraving knowledge on stone tables. They know everything: the psychological composition of the planet and the cosmos, the secrets of the Earth's interior, the water basin. They know everything about living things. They know about Earth's magnetic fields. The stone cells of the libraries contain a special gas that revitalizes the air. This is why the sage who emerge from them remain healthy. Before turning the social structure of Agartha, let us dwell on the personality of Saint-Yves d'Alvedre. This will help us to understand where he got this knowledge of this country from. As a young Marquis joined the secret order of the Illuminati, he begins to study the writings of 19th century scholars and philosophers. His first experience is the esoteric and Kabbalist Frab d'Olivet, reconstituted Hebrew. His work culminates in the mission of the Jews, where he says that the language of the ancient Jews has an hidden mystical meaning for Europeans. This book details the history of the ancient world from 8,600 years before the Christian era. Recall that this time is very close to the time of the destruction of Atlantis. From that time until today, initiated adepts have been secretly transmitting the law of the synergy. The term was coined by the Marquis. The term means co-authority and co-governance. It is the trinary social hierarchy of authority, priesthood, initiated laymen, and heads of families, father and mother. It turned out that when there was a golden age on earth, the knowledge of power and governance was preserved underground for 6,000 years after the floods. Having joined the secret cycle of the rulers of the world, the Marquis Saint-Yves d'Alfred cast Agartha in a favorable light for the archons, extolling it and calling it sacred, emphasizing that there is no death penalty, no punishment, and no prison. His description of power are very pathetic, and the hierarchy is confusing and contradictory. Thus, Saint-Yves d'Alfred says that caste and subject of rightful criticism for the Europeans are unknown in Agartha. And then he describes how the child of the lowest caste of the pariahs, that is untouchable, can be admitted on the sacred university and attain any degrees of hierarchy. Order in Agartha is monitored by the police services. The mere fact that there is a police services and therefore crimes suggests that all of this is not as smooth as Saint-Yves d'Alfred presents it. There is also description of the central organization of Agartha in the book, and here the stratification of society is clearly evident. Millions of yogi and jiswa in the underground cells learn the sacred languages. Above them, 5,000 managers, brahmas, pundits, and pandava. Between them, they are distributed function of teachers and policemen. Higher up are the Bhagwanda and or cardinals. They possess secret knowledge and can leave Agartha at will. The Ari above them remain in it at all times as an integral part of its hierarchical tops. The most excited cycles consist of 12 people. They are assigned to perform rites and magical rituals, in the process of which they adorn themselves with symbols that are found in every ornament of sacred objects. Above them, all stands one supreme pontiff of Agartha. He is in full possession of the sacred catalogues of this planetary library. He alone possesses in its entirety the cyclical key that is essential not only for opening each of the shelves, but also for knowing exactly what each of these shelves holds, for making one's way from one shelf to the next, and most importantly, for knowing how to get back out again. Agartha also has a weapon. They are so powerful that, in the Marquis' words, could blow up a part of the planet if necessary, destroying these profaners and their country of origin in a cataclysm. Isn't Agartha from Saint-Yves d'Alfred a lot like Atlantis? Such an underground replica of it. In the early 1920s, in the new account of Agartha suddenly appeared in the West. It is described in Anthony's Ferdinand, Osandovich, Beast, Men, and Gods. This kingdom of Agartha is extended throughout all subterranean passage of the whole world. In underground caves, there exists a particular light which affords growth to the grains and vegetables and long life without disease to the people. This information, he says, he got it from conversation with J. Lama, who told him, "Only one man knows his holy name. Only one man no living was ever in Agartha. That is I." That Agartha is more than real is confirmed by discoveries of underground city around the world. Here is just a few photos of these unusual structures. Caves and has been discovered in the kingdom of Mustang, Tibet. Most of them are empty, but some show signs of human habitation, earth, grain storage bins, and sleeping quarters. Some caves were used as burial chambers or sacrificial places. Dozens of bodies more than 2,000 years old have been found in them. They lay on wooden beds with copper ornaments and glass beads. The next photo is of Vertebra Cave. It is located on the outskirts of the village of Bilshi Zolote in Ternopil region. It is often called Pompeii of Polodia. The first explorer found a huge number of human remains and animal bones here. Caves have also been discovered on the continent of Australia. One of them is the Rivi Cave, located in the Kimberley region, famous for its prehistorical artifacts. During its examination, Australian archaeologists discovered bones tools who exceeded 30,000 years. At least 4 artificial founds claim to be the absolute oldest in Australia. The caves are of great importance for the Gunyandi people who inhabited this part of the Kimberley. They are underground cavities in the ice of Antarctica. This was stated by independent researcher Joseph Skipper. He even determined its coordinates and published a picture with a hole going deep down. Some tunnels are so long that they can reach the shore of South Africa and Australia, South America and Australia. But the most amazing are the caves of Kondana, located about 30 kilometers from the cities of Lonvala. Looking at the photos, it is very difficult to call this a monumental structure, a cave. This is an architectural masterpiece, which is unrealistic to have been created manually and even more with primitive tools. This raises a completely logical question. Who created these caves? Most likely it was a civilization unknown to science, which possessed high knowledge and technology. The next photo is an underground gallery in the Rio Cinjo area in Brazil. The photo clearly shows the level of decoration of the inner wall of the cave, straight line and right angle. The Incas who lived in these territories could not build them. In addition, birds are depicted on the plates, but as zoologists have established, these birds are not known in South America. Caves and tunnels with drawing on the walls are found all over the world. In some tunnels, there are walls covered with a picture depicting the joint action of Superman and ordinary people. Ivnegi Roboray, academician of the RNA, believes that they were left by an ancient, highly developed civilization mentioned by the Incas. We learn more about tunnels and underground caves firsthand from Alexander Viktorovich Koltin, who himself explored them.
I had to travel really a lot to different countries and studied the underground complexes in Turkey and partly the underground complexes in Crimea, as far as they are there, and the underground complexes in Malta, Italy, and in Spain. Indeed, they are in all countries, and judging by descriptions, there are a lot of them in Egypt, India, Iran, in Afghanistan, and America. There are huge complexes in South America. They are almost everywhere. But perhaps it is necessary to emphasize the size of those complexes. For example, in Turkey, such underground cities as Derinkuyu, Kaymakli, Oskonak, and others, which are located in Cappadocia. These are really multi-level underground cities that stretch for kilometers and have 3, 4, 5 underground floors. There was one town, Florin, it is not very visited, and when we arrived there, the local Turkish caretaker shone a torch, and I crawled into a narrow hole to the lower floor from the ground floor to a lower, deeper one, as if I was crawling in a grave, in a coffin. I mean, there was a stone passageways on all sides of me, and I literally had to crawl for 20 to 30 meters. I was filled with some kind of horror. I mean, there are even towns like this. When I got out, I saw a huge hole. When the caretaker turned on the light, it was about 100 meters long and 50 meters wide, and immediately the question arose, what kind of creatures lived in those towns? When we studied these underground towns in Turkey, it turned out that they were built up several times. That is, they were not only multi-storied, multi-level cities, but they were also built at different times and by different civilizations. I mean, there are rooms for people of normal height, there are some giant halls, and there are rooms that can only fit people who are probably 80 centimeters tall, or 1 meter maximum, and they are the only ones who can feel comfortable in such rooms. So, you have to know that these towns were built over a long period of time and were used many times by different civilizations. This is the first type of towns. We saw such towns in Malta, we saw such towns in Italy. The second type of underground structures are numerous everywhere, much more than underground towns like Kaymakla and Derinkuyu. As a rule, scientists call them tombs. We investigated different kinds of tombs, which are actually small rooms of different kinds, carved into the rocks. Sometimes a few dozen square meters, sometimes a few hundred square meters, sometimes just little rooms with 2 beds. Either the dead lay there, or someone slept in those beds. We had been studying such complexes. There are many of them, especially in central Italy, Etruria, in the north of Rome. And when we studied them, we immediately came to the opinion that they were not for the dead, but they were shelters from some natural disasters. Either it was an asteroid collision or some kind of nuclear war from the past. But clearly, such a huge number of underground structures were built on purpose. People were fleeing from some kind of misfortune because it was impossible to live outside. And on one side, as a rule, there is such a bed. On the other side of a bed, there is some place like a fireplace for cooking. There is also something else, but certainly they are not tombs. And all of my expedition partners and fellow travelers with whom I talked smiled at once at the mention that these were tombs, because there was plenty of earth around, and it seemed ridiculous to chisel the whole earth, chisel rocks, and build such constructions in great numbers. Not 1 or 2, but hundreds of them. It just seems ridiculous. The same situation was with some graves. We saw a huge boulder, which was 100 meters long, 50 meters wide, and all hollowed out, with recesses like graves, like these stone bathtubs. Why would anyone need to chisel a stone when there was a lot of earth nearby, and even more at such a time as they described? Several thousand years ago, that stone was lying exactly like this. This is the second type of structure. And the third one, which we naturally didn't see, in which we tried to penetrate and which is all over the earth, judging from the descriptions. Blavatsky described that these underground complexes were all over South America, from Chile to approximately Venezuela and Colombia. I touched upon it in my book on South Latin America. I called it, and even compared with the town in Popol Vuh and in Aztec and Mayan lore. It is called either Tulan or Chimastok, an underground city where civilization lived, when for a very long time there was no light on Earth. Different generations were born there, and complicated surgical operations were performed. Different kinds of animals of an unknown kind were living there with people. Those were either ordinary animals or unusual ones, but it doesn't matter when it was, how many years ago that city was. But it's a huge underground city of some kind. There are similar cities. I found out the information, but it is closed and very difficult to find. Diggers are not allowed there. The entrances, especially here in South America, are all barred. On Easter Island, there are such underground structures on several levels. People used to go down there and disappear. That is why they close them everywhere. We have such a huge underground city in Ukraine, from the Dnipropetrovsk region to the Sea of Azov and beyond. Judging by what I have read about it in rare literature, it extends further to the underground Crimea and goes to Israel even further and further. In other words, there is a huge system of subterranean cities underground. When we tried to get in and see what it was all like, everywhere the entrances were closed. We tried to get into towns like that in Malta. In Malta, also in the beginning, there are sort of small hypogea. There are some kind of mines. They go underground to the height of 10 to 20 meters. We went down the stairs into the mine, and then we found a door. Often it was some kind of closed landfill, and it was impossible to go further. Once we found something similar in the Sochi Nature Reserve, in the Caucasus. It was clearly some kind of underground structure, with fresh air coming from underneath, as it usually is in underground cities, and quite intensely. And I even had the impression that it was as if someone was closing the door from inside. Perhaps some civilization is living in these cities that we don't know about. There are many legends that some snake people live there. Many legends that some white civilizations live there. There is a huge number of stories that those who somehow penetrated, and in Britain there are such underground constructions, met some white people or some snakes living there. But what kind of underground city is it? Maybe some past civilization built it during cataclysms and really survived some nuclear winters there, escaping the consequences of asteroid collisions. I do not know. But such underground cities are everywhere. I was told they stretch from Georgia to Israel. There are descriptions that they even stretch under oceans. And it turns out that our Earth is not even like Swiss cheese, but something like a system of tunnels, which we can explore only in the uppermost parts. In the uppermost parts, sometimes it's not even related to these tunnels. A civilization simply built some other underground cities for its own needs.
Thank you, Alexander Viktorovich. Really very informative information. And now we will dwell in more details on the tunnels leading to Puma Punk. Terry Jamani will give us some facts about her research. Terry, over to you.
There is a group of Italian researchers who have been studying Tiwanaku, and they discovered a tunnel underneath an Akapana pyramid. They found a tunnel 400 meters long that leads to Puma Punku. And this tunnel, I don't know how the pre-Hispanic people were able to build it. It's 1 meter 10 centimeters high, and it has a lighting system on the ceiling, a crystal-based lighting system. And there are several shafts in this tunnel. And there are some very precise points. The sun's rays penetrate into this tunnel and illuminate everything thanks to this crystal system. And what really caught my attention was that in this same tunnel, at the top, there are, how to say it in English, stalagmites and stalactites. Some stalactites are over 26 centimeters long. You have to understand that 1 millimeter of stalactite takes a century to form. So if you multiply that, you'll see that Tiwanaku is actually much older than academic archaeologists claim. Academic archaeology claims that Tiwanaku appeared between the 2nd century BC to the 9th century AD. But based on these stalagmites, stalactites, if we do a very simple multiplication, we can conclude that the age of this place could be more than 10,000 years. And so in this archaeological site, we have evidence of the use of technology. For example, when you bring a compass close to the various blocks of Pumapunku, the compass loses its azimuth. It loses its north. And in this place, Pumapunku, there are many indications of the use of technology that resembles modern technology. If you put your finger close to the block, you can damage your finger. So thin were the blocks cut. And it is now very difficult to reproduce with modern tools the shapes they did thousands of years ago, and presumably without modern tools. It's a big mystery. Tiwanaku is a very interesting object. And I forgot to point out that after the discovery made by this Italian group in 2008, the Bolivian authorities did not allow this group to continue their research. To this day, it remains frozen. At Machu Picchu, we carried out archaeological research with permission from the Ministry of Culture. Between 2011 and 2014, we conducted electromagnetic resonances on the top floor of the Temple of the Three Windows. And this is what we discovered: a system of underground cavities, and also an entrance that was sealed off by the Incas. And we found, as you said, several staircases and a hall measuring 3 meters by 3 meters, and about 10 human-sized cavities, sarcophagus.
Thank you, Thierry. You said that this place could be more than 10,000 years old. That is very interesting. This is not the first time we have heard about this time, 10,000, 12,000 years ago. This is the time where Atlantis was destroyed, and some of its inhabitants, the carrier of the Apexian gene, were first to go underground. Archaeologist Henry Skush also talks about this time. He also believes that the underground structures are more than 10,000 years old. This is confirmed scientifically by fundamental research, TCN, terrestrial cosmologic nuclides. Heinrich Kusch had been conducting research into Europeans' underground tunnel for 10 years. The results of this research was a book called Caves in Europe, Gods, Ghosts, and Demons. During his research, Heinrich Kusch was faced with the fact that everything about underground structures is very carefully hidden from people. Information about them disappears. Entrances to caves are flooded, walled up, bars are put up, guards are posted, access to them is forbidden. Some entrances were enclosed by sacred building. Today, for example, in the Guttaringa church stands precisely above the end of a large corridor that begins below the church building and runs east under the nearby mountain ridge. If a cave entrance is found on private property, it is immediately purchased. The author describes a case where the entrance to a cave was discovered in a common household basement. Immediately, research began, and while the sales was being resolved, a contract was drawn up early. The owner and his family were denied the access to their cellars for that period. This basement was so interesting that even the Freemasons wanted to set up a lodge there. Heinrich Kusch also quoted Floridius Elmer-Roig, who shortly before his death, gave the owner and a German scholar information of the 12 apostles session, the 12 apostles of mind, allegedly have direct access to the underworld and are said to contain a valuable library, with a section recorded from humanity's past. Perhaps it is due to the fear that the knowledge of these libraries will become available that this information is withheld. The author of the book also said that until the 12th century, many underground tunnels and roads were actually operational and trade with members of the underground camp. Peoples was carried out through them. However, around 1580, the church forbade this contact. When the entrances to the underground were closed, there were plenty of knowledgeable people, women and men, who knew the functioning of underground structures and the technically advanced achievements of underground people. In a silver mine in Unterzering in Syria, according to the written document available to us, a technical device was in operation early as the 16th century, which was passed to the members of the nobility. Since the term of underground city is linked to alien civilization, here is an excerpt from Heinrich Kusch's book on the subject as well. He asks a question: why do some medieval and modern paintings have images of UFOs that everyone can understand? And he answers himself: as these paintings were mainly commissioned by the church, it must have agreed that artists could and were allowed to paint such things. Where else does it mention about the underground lands of Agartha? Monica will tell us. Monica, the floor is yours.
Дякуємо, Джонатан. Thank you, Jonathan. Indeed, in the mythology of different peoples, there are also stories about the underworld, which has many similarities with the kingdom of Agati. We can find references to encounters between people and descendants of Atlanteans in the legends of various peoples of the world. For example, in Norway, the subterranean inhabitants, which included Turses, Vitas, Roos, and sometimes Haldras, were surprisingly numerous. All Turks had regular shapes, but were pale or blue in color. When the sun went down and twilight began, their life was just beginning. But in the tales of the Karelians and Nenads, these inhabitants are called Sehirti because at night they come out of the caves to hunt. In Africa, as well as in Melanesia and Australian regions where myths about the mortal nature of man are widespread, almost everywhere are recorded stories that people were not created by a deity, but came out of the ground alone or together with animals. Polynesian lore speaks of the Menehuk, dwarves who possessed inhuman abilities and strength. They were abilities of megalith. Their gaze made the blood curdle, and they could appear only in the dark time as they couldn't stand the sunlight. The peoples of East Island have a legend about the spirits of Aku Aku, who occasionally shifted themselves to people. Despite their extreme thinness, these creatures were incredibly strong and able to move stone figures around the island to Moawi. They had an extremely vindictive and vicious nature. On the subject of the caves, there is an interesting account of the 16th century Spanish chronicler Cristobal de Molina. He tells of a legend widespread among the indigenous Indian population about the Almighty Father of mankind, who, having completed the act of creation of all things on earth, went into his underworld. In Hindu mythology, the underworld, where supernatural beings, Nagas, live in opposition to the heavenly gods, is known as Patala. It is believed that this is where the sacred text of Mahayana Buddhism, the Sutra Prajnaparamita, was kept, and then was brought to the surface of the earth by the ancient sage Nagarjuna. Many Sumerian myths reflect the notion that people used to grow underground like grass. The hoe myth tells how Enlil made a hole in the ground with a hoe and people emerged from it. A similar motive appears in the intro to the hymn to the city of Eret. The creator of culture in Sumerian mythology is considered to be Enki, the lord of the subterranean freshwater ocean. In the epic of Gilgamesh, there is confirmation that the Sumerians have lived underground since the time of Atlantis. The myth of the Sidra calls the new race of people black-headed. From under the earth, the people burst forth and ran to Enlil, and he looked adamantly at his blackheads. In Atlantean reality, the servants of El went underground and they continued to cultivate the way of life that was in the day of Atlantis. While living underground, the descendants of El retained their knowledge, their magical skills, and their skills in manipulating people. But they passed this knowledge only by inheritance. In extreme cases, they found successors. That is, they practically preserved and improved this knowledge, keeping it secret from people from generation to generation. When 6,000 years ago the spiritual decline of the society began, the inhabitants of the underground cities, the descendants of Atlantis, first began to go out at night, communicate with some chiefs, and reveal to them the great secrets of the world. Possessing knowledge and technology, they began to actively promote the ideas of omnipotence and strive to implement them. The imposition of such ideology undoubtedly affected the life of society. When the moment was right, the Atlanteans came to the surface. When mankind greatly increased in number and the foundations of the socio-economic formation began to emerge, the leader chiefs began to appear. However, behind the apparent power were in fact knowledge keepers, or as they like to call themselves, chosen ones of the gods and spirits, who not only advised the leaders, but in fact skillfully managed them, forcing them to do their bidding. That is, by remaining in the shadows and skillfully manipulating the chief, the so-called chosen ones of the gods and spirits ruled the entire tribe. This group of special people was called variously shamans, znachars, sorcerers, priests, and so on. Their true name was archons. From the Greek, it is translated as chiefs, rulers. But if you dig deeper into history, you discover the true meaning of the word, which means rulers of the world. The chief of the tribe, who was a public person and responsible for his tribe, was under the authority of the archant. The archant, who was actually ruling the tribe through the chief, and always remained in the shadows. This secrecy provided great opportunities for the real manipulation of the people. And while the leader chiefs were often chosen by the tribe, the archons passed his magic art of real power only to his successor, that is, there was a special caste in whose hands the actual power was concentrated, and the more it strengthened its power, the more it forced the rest of the community to work for itself. It must be said that it was this backbone that later usurped the basic knowledge, thereby subjugating the rest of the people. This was the first elite of our civilization. I suggest you watch a fragment of the video Atlantis, the Elite in Search of Immortality.
The descendants of those who managed to survive after annihilation of Atlantis, to hide from retribution and to survive the subsequent times of the new spiritual formation of mankind, became keepers of the ideological heritage of Atlantis. When the epoch of patriarchy came, they started to actively propagate the ideas of omnipotence and sought to implement them, and to establish a new world order, planning for centuries ahead. Controlled by the patterns of consciousness, they played a game of the system in secret knowledge and secret activity. They established closed groups, clans, secret orders, organized initiations into the so-called Great Mystery of Mysteries, presenting the story of the country of El as fate of the selected ones, endowing their pridefulness with belonging to a supposedly dominant race of highly developed people, which in their opinion must rule over all people on earth, that is, to the servants of El, the elite. This can be clearly traced at different times in history. It was precisely on their initiative that there appeared stories, including the ones about Atlantis and the mountain of the immortal Olympian gods. This information was subsequently implanted into the minds of new generations as a pattern of behavior. After all, what is permitted to gods is what human pridefulness will invariably copy for itself as well. The descendants of the Atlanteans took many other initiatives, causing a majority of people today to have lost spiritual knowledge, to dream about immortality in material bodies, and not even to know that already for a long time they've been living under the aegis of El, and unconsciously seeking to imitate his elite. But this didn't happen immediately. The descendants of the Atlanteans waited for the time when the system would gain strength and would gain dominance in people's minds, the time when humankind's spiritual resistance will be weakened, because they knew the main thing, that everything starts with the human being and his or her choice.
Really, we have much to think about, right? Thank you for your attention, and I pass the word to Camilla.
תודה, מוניקה. אכן, עם הדרדרות הרוחנית,
Indeed, with the decline of spirituality, the descendants of the Atlanteans were able to impose their ideology on the rest of society. The consumerist format began to dominate people's minds. Society was divided. Money and private property appeared. Having lost their spirituality, people were given a religion that was based on the same principles the Apexians had introduced. Anna will tell us what this led to.
Да, Камила, это сложная тема. Как сегодня уже говорилось, 25 тысяч лет назад апексианцы привнесли в человеческое общество религию. Но не для того, чтобы люди пришли к Богу, а для того, чтобы получать от людей самую ценную валюту во Вселенной — внимание человека.
This energy they used for themselves in various ways. The Apexians also made human sacrifices to receive that invisible energy at once and in large quantities. And they also ate the flesh of people. In fact, they used it twice for mental and physical feeling. It was like dessert for them. After all, people were constantly praying to the Apexians in temples as to gods, giving them their life energy. After the Anunnaki expelled the Apexians from the earth, allowing the people to live as they wished, the sacrifices ceased. But unfortunately, the sacrifice tradition was renewed in Atlantean times. The Atlanteans found Apexians' knowledge of how to use the most valuable currency in the universe to increase their power and for conscious rebirth. After the destruction of Atlantis, those who served El and his children went with this knowledge to live underground in a country called Agartha. This is not a myth. We can see a new upsurge of mass sacrifice in Sumerian times. The knowledge of sacrifices became relevant again. After all, what was their point? To appease the gods, to help realize some material goals in a supernatural way. Now and then it was called magic. Sacrifices in different religions and societies were very different, starting from harmless victims, household items, fruits or plants, and others, to the ritual killing of animals and birds. But the bloody human sacrifices were the worst. And in most cases, everything was done by priests to satisfy their own ambitions and to gain power in the material world. Sacrifice rituals are practiced in religions as well as in secret occult societies. And this despite the fact that the world community has long ago condemned human sacrifice and similar savagery of the priests of the distant past. The meaning of the Russian word «жертва», meaning sacrifice, is that which is devoured, destroyed or perished. The word «жрец», meaning priest, has the same root as the word sacrifice. In antiquity, priests were also called by this word, «жру» itself, meaning devouring. Isn't it a very interesting coincidence? If we follow the etymology of the related word, we will find that previously it meant one who boasts, reminds oneself of himself, exalts. A book by the physicist and researcher of ancient culture Andrei Sklerov gives a detailed analysis of sacrifices. If you look closer at the assortment of sacrifices demanded by the gods, you can easily notice that a special and very important place is occupied by sacrifices associated with one or another kind of killing. People had killing for the glory of the gods, both animals and other humans, for a long time and regularly. And the more sacrifices, the more satisfied the gods were, the more energy they received. Let's take the Bible, for example, which mentions that the sons of the forefathers offered sacrifices to God, Cain from the fruits of the earth and Abel from his flocks, but God only liked Abel's sacrifice. The practice of human sacrifices in modern history, which dates back some 12,000 years ago, began 6,000 years ago in Sumerian times in Mesopotamia. They were part of the funeral rituals of royal and noble families, the so-called elite. How is sacrifice different from mere murder? All researchers unanimously agree that a sacrifice is not a common murder. It's a whole ritual. the sacrifice is carefully prepared beforehand. The emotional content of the sacrifice is underlined by the fact that the process was often not confined to mere entourage preparation and the act of killing itself. The victim was made to suffer and to achieve maximum effect. Life in a victim's body was kept alive by keeping him from dying for as long as possible. You can imagine how much emotional energy the victim was slopping over at the time. The Mochi culture was a culture that existed in Peru on the Pacific Ocean coast between the 1st and 8th century AD. The Mochi culture is known for its massive human sacrifices of all kinds. Only the Mochi elite took part in them. It was imputed to the victim that voluntarily agreeing to be a sacrifice multiplied its value before the gods, and people in their stupidity did it voluntarily. Captive warriors were sacrificed and the cup with their blood was offered to the gods. The Popol Vuh manuscript was written in the mid of 16th century. The text is thought to have been based on Maya codices, written in hieroglyphic script. It contains the following lines. They received the fearless splendor and their dominion, but rather the tribes, great and small, were subjugated and humiliated. When they were cut open before Tohil, all the people gave their blood, their gore, their sides, their underarms. A special place and time was always chosen for making sacrifices to the gods. The book of Leviticus deals with the religious and cultic sides of Jewish life, especially the sacrificial system. To propitiate the gods, they sacrificed the most beloved children. In such a way, people increased the value of the sacrifice reasonably, believing that the suitability of the sacrifice was measured by the weight of the loss. Exodus 22:28 through 29 says, "The firstborn of your sons you shall give to me. Likewise you shall do with your oxen and your sheep. It shall be with its mother 7 days. On the 8th day you shall give it to me." According to the biblical story, God called Abraham to offer his beloved son Isaac for a burnt offering in the land of Moriah on one of the mountains. Genesis 22:1 through 19. God said, "Then God, take your son, your only son whom you love, Isaac, and go to the region of Moriah, sacrifice him there as a burnt offering on a mountain I will show you." Abraham arrived at the place, built an altar, bound Isaac, laid him on the altar upon the wood, and had brought a knife to bear upon him. As for the burnt offering to God was to be first slain and then burned. The story of Abraham's sacrifice of his son is also narrated in the Quran, but only in a few verses, as Safat 37:99 to 109. Then when the boy reached the age to work with him, Abraham said, "Oh my dear son, I have seen in a dream that I must sacrifice you, so tell me what you think." He replied, "Oh my dear father, do as you are commanded. Allah willing, you will find me steadfast." Unfortunately, this ritual has been going on for more than a millennium and was imposed by the ancient priests. They understood that people worshipped a god, so they were able to convince people that all sacrifices were offered only to him. The priests instilled in the people that the gods could be angry, punishing if they did not get what they wanted. Examples of God's cruelty abound in the Bible. Exodus 4:23. "So I say to you, let my son go that he may serve me. But if you refuse to let him go, indeed, I will kill your son, your firstborn." Another example in the 4 Samuel 2:23-24. Then he went up from there to Bethel, and as he was going up to the road, some youth came from the city and mocked him and said to him, "Go up, you bald head, go up, you bald head." So he turned around and looked at them and pronounced a curse on them in the name of the Lord. And 2 female bears came out of the wood and mauled 42 of the youth. How did the prophet Elisha curse the little children so that the little ones were torn apart by the bears? This is where the fear of punishment was instilled in the people. Do not anger God and the mediators between God and the human, and be afraid. Thus it was inculcated that man's fate depended only entirely on the unpredictable will and mercy of the gods. The priests intimidated people. Intimidated by whom? By God. But is that normal? God is love. That is the true understanding. Continuing the theme of sacrifices, let us turn to Islamic tradition. The name of one of the main Islamic celebrations, Eid al-Adha, Arabic, literally translated as the Feast of Sacrifice. It is celebrated by Muslims worldwide 70 days after the end of the holy month of Ramadan. It is the day on which sacrifice becomes a blessing. It is believed that to prove your devotion and courage to God, you have to slaughter a lamb, bleed, and prepare a meal for the whole family. In addition to the sacrifices, cannibalism is also promoted, so far in a symbolic form. But what will happen soon? The main rite of Christianity is communion, or Eucharist. Its official definition is the Eucharist, Thanksgiving. Holy Communion is the most important rite recognized by all Christian denominations, by Orthodox, Catholics, Lutherans. It is the sacrament in which believing Christians eat the body and blood of Jesus Christ. Flesh is eaten under the guise of bread and human blood under the guise of wine. This is similar to the ancient ritual where after killing their opponent they ate his flesh so that his power would pass to the victor. The worst part is that we humans do it voluntarily. After all, the Apexian yoke has been gone for over 25,000 years. So what is a real sacrifice to God? The real sacrifice to God is when man sacrifices his animal nature to the altar of his life. That is, he renounces his numerous desires, thoughts, fleeting and temporary illusions, thus opening for himself a spiritual path to true eternity, to the world of God. A long time ago, at dawn of mankind, this was explained to people, that the qualities of the animal nature are like the fruits of the earth, which at first seduce the eye, but then quickly rot. It is only by sacrificing these transient things to God that you have the opportunity to pass into his eternity. That is, by working on yourself and refusing temptations of the animal nature. And if you develop spiritually, do good, and help to awaken other people who live by the instincts like animals, then for God, this is akin to your joy that you feel as a result of a good brood of your herds. Quotation from the Allat book by Anastasia Novik. Knowing the truth allows a person to make a conscious choice, and it is very important to understand what kind of sacrifice you are making and what kind of God you are serving. After all, everything starts with the person and his choice. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Anna. The responsibility for today's format of life is on all of us, because we have all accepted the consumerist format and have begun to live in it. We support it by our silence and inaction. We could change things, but for some reason we go along with what is forced upon us. In the 1950s, UFO religions emerged. The adherents of this religious movement believe that aliens are gods and that their appearance will allow mankind to overcome the current environmental, spiritual, and social crisis. In 2014, a church congregation of the cult of Cthulhu was registered. Cthulhu was registered in the United States. Cthulhu is a creature with a human body and a head, resembling both an octopus and a dragon. Who we worship, where we are being led, and what is being forced upon us, we will find out in the following video.
Modern marketing makes it possible to impose on people everything that is beneficial to the manufacturer and necessary to those in power. The main tool in this manipulation is the Overton window, through which the substitution of concepts takes place. Black can easily be made white, and evil can become good. All it takes is a little time and effort to turn everything upside down in people's minds. Through the media, concepts and phenomena unacceptable to moral and ethical human standards are gradually imposed on the public consciousness, and these concepts and phenomena turn from unacceptable into norms, which are enshrined at the legislative level. Lately, the topic of aliens has started to come up. Among them, gray men, the Apexians, are often mentioned. 25,000 years ago, these soulless creatures enslaved people and used them as food. But the modern movie industry shows them as charming cuties. It is also imposed on us that strange creatures that often look like monsters are our friends, and the use of alien characters in computer games causes a gradual habituation of people to their appearance. Images of aliens are also hidden in the paintings of Leonardo da Vinci. To see them, you only need a mirror. By the way, by looking at the paintings of the great artists this way, you can also see the secret signs of occult orders. But the worst thing is that children are also taught that the Apexians and various monsters are friends. For instance, a network of game parks for children called Babylon in Israel, England, Serbia, the Czech Republic, and other countries, where the same images of aliens welcome children in the rides. Along with imposing a loyal attitude to aggressive aliens, the Apexians, we are being prepared for cannibalism. They try to convince us that it is the norm when people eat each other. This is being introduced again through the Overton window, so that we gradually get used to it and consider it the norm. We are offered confectionery in the form of human organs. It is important to know that they are made from high-quality ingredients and with advanced technology. Children didn't escape this industry either. Anyone can go to the confectionery and see for themselves what kinds of candies are offered to our children. There you can see bugs, spiders, and even human body parts. Some entrepreneurs go even further. There's a butcher shop in London where the resourceful owner puts animal meat in the form of human body parts. The question is for what? Here an old and rather creepy McDonald's commercial pops up, where the grey alien says, looking at people, "Remember son, after this, they always taste better." Another interesting fact, we're offered to taste not just all kinds of little creatures like bugs, spiders, maggots and worms. Now we are invited to taste what human meat tastes like. Who knows what we'll have to eat during famine? At the Cannes Lions Festival, the prize went to the vegan burger from the Oomph company that tastes like human meat. Its makers claim to have perfectly reproduced the texture of human meat. During the development of the product, not a single person was hurt. An interesting question is, how do they know what human meat tastes like? And now we would like to ask the main question to all sane people: How long are we going to watch in silence how we are being dehumanized and turned into a herd of animals, and animals are usually prepared for slaughter by the owner? Will we stop it? It's time to declare that we are people and we want to live.
It's terrible. The dehumanization of our society is in full swing. The masks have been torn off. All the dirt is coming to the forefront. I have to ask, do we really like all this? Do we want to live in such a world? What kind of future awaits our children then?
These are good questions that everyone will answer for themselves. Everything that's happening has one root. We've forgotten that we are humans. We have forgotten why we're here and what our true purpose is. Today, each of us is given a chance to gain eternal life and not to go to hell. This topic will be covered in more detail in the next episode of the Kaleidoscope of Facts in October this year. Let's watch the trailer.
Everyone at least once thought about the existence of life after death. Various religions say that when you leave the body, you go either to hell or to heaven. But how do you know what happens beyond the line? Some people believe that no one has ever returned from there, and who said that no one had returned from there. How do we know then about the existence of reincarnation? Subpersonalities, who are they? Where are the personalities of those who died? Voices in the head, what are the reasons for their appearance? Where do young children get the wisdom of adults from? Memories of past lives. Scientific experiments. Why is the topic of life after death nowadays a taboo and so little studied by science? After all, it's the only thing guaranteed to happen to each of us. What occult knowledge did the Anunnaki and SS obtain from Tibetan lamas, secret magical practices of the Third Reich, the dead among us? Does a person have an alternative? The law of Allat, how to get out of the cycle of reincarnation and how not to go to hell. It's time to give the world back to the alive. On October 13th, 2022, watch the Kaleidoscope of Facts, How Not to Go to Hell, initiated by participants of Allatra International Public Movement from Germany and Latin America.
The essence of the consumerist format of society is that the dead begin to rule the living. And this is wrong, for death cannot rule over life. Let us bring the world back to the living.
Today, we are looking at the topic of paleo contact and the impact it has on our lives. As the speakers have already said, in the days of the past civilization, one of the smartest children of El created the smartest nation. This was made possible by genetic manipulation of genes from 4 female Apexians and a superiority gene taken from the grave of a high-ranking Apexian. Thanks to this intervention, the created people gained weighty advantages and became dominant over all other peoples. Let us figure out who El and his son was. We suggest you watching an excerpt from the video Atlantis, the elite in search of immortality.
Different ancient peoples called El in different ways. For instance, one of the known names of God El is Il, Ilu, Ilim, Elim. In the Hellenistic period, El, Ilu, was identified with Zeus. In addition, he had different epithets by which he was revered by different peoples at other times. For example, in Syria and later on in the Roman Empire, he was revered as Elagabalus, meaning El of the mountain, Heliogabalus, the son of the mountains. Or, for instance, such epithets of El as El Olam, meaning God the Everlasting One, El Elyon, meaning God Most High, are among the oldest names included in the Tanakh, the Bible of Judaism. It is interesting that the local god of Jerusalem, El Elyon, was revered as the highest God, the creator of heaven and earth, and the Lord of the land, access to which was granted by him only on the condition of bringing tithes. El was, first and foremost, revered as a symbol of supreme power. He was considered the ruler of the world, the father of gods and people, sending down posterity to people, the king of the years, the lord of immortality. He was portrayed as a bearded old man in long clothes and a tall tiara with horns. El was depicted as accepting a sacrifice and blessing the sacrificer, and also in the image of a bull. Legends say that El lives near the source of the river, near the source of both oceans. He heads the council of all gods, his children. The gods act only with El's permission. The Ugarit list of gods mentions also El's father, whom El later on overthrows for the sake of his own power. But gradually, El himself loses this power too. In the first millennium BC, in the Judaic pre-Judaism pantheon, the image of El merges with the image of Yahweh, Yahweh. He was widely revered in Phoenicia. In other tribes, Yahweh is revered as El's son. El's image as a symbol of power, the supreme deity who heads the council of gods, is preserved in the Bible. In the Old Testament there are such words: God standeth in the assembly of gods, he judged among gods. In Hebrew they sound like this:
מזמור לאסף אלוהים ניצב בהדת אל בקרב אלוהים ישפוט.
Moreover, Elohim is one of the names of Yahweh in the Old Testament in the plural. That is, it means not God Yahweh, but gods Yahweh. In the beginning, gods created heaven and earth. In Hebrew, in place of the word God, there stands Elohim. The word Elohim is found almost 2,000 times in the Bible and originates from the Pan-Semitic root El. El is also the ancient name of God in the Bible, of Judaism Tanakh. It's a collection of text included in the Christian Bible. In the Slavic Bible, it is traditionally translated by the word God in the meaning of being strong, powerful, at the top.
I am a Jew, and I grew up knowing that I belong to God's chosen and most beloved people, that God Himself chose us to be His people who carry His teachings. He chose us among all nations, and it is to us that He gives all the privileges of this world. The name of our God is Yahweh. Yet, in reality, I had absolutely no idea exactly how and for what purpose He created us, chose us, and what goals He pursued. Information from the video code of Apexians with Igor Mikhailovich Danilov prompted me to open our holy scriptures, the scientific works of theologians and biblical archaeologists in search of the truth. The information I found revealed many shocking facts about who is the God of Israel. The first chapter of the Old Testament begins with a description of the creation of the world by someone called Elohim, which is plural from the word Eloha or El. This means that the world was created not by one person but by several. What is remarkable is that the word created in Hebrew sounds like bara. Etymological means to create from something already existing, to carve it out of stone, clay, that is, from a material that already is. The word to create out of nothing sounds like Yetzirah. It turns out that the Elohim created something else out of creation that already existed on earth. Already in the second chapter of Genesis, we find the same story of the creation of the world, but already by Yahweh the Elohim. It turns out that Yahweh is one of the Elohim. Throughout the narrative of the Old Testament, we find these names of Elohim. Yahweh Elohim, the one who is Lord Sabaoth, Lord of hosts, El Shaddai, God Almighty, Adonai, Judge or our Lord, El Elyon, God Almighty, El Gibor, God the hero, El Olam, God the eternal, Elkanah, God the jealous, El, Father, and many other names, epithets. Just a question, are these epithets or based on the fact that all epithets have the prefix El, Father? Are they children of El? Were the names, are they characteristics? It is also interesting to see the meaning of the name El. El is an ancient Hebrew script. The letters of the name consist of the letters Aleph, which is derived from Bull, also called Aluf, champion, and Lamed, which is derived from teacher, inspector, meant to lead the bull. So, who is he, El? The bull, the leader of the bulls? And what does he have to do with the one God who created all living things? Now, let us look at the God of the Jewish people in the Old Testament. This is the God who calls himself Yahweh, the Elohim, who chooses his people, makes an alliance with them, endows them with talents, and becomes their Lord. In Exodus chapter 6, verses 2-3, and God spoke to Moses and said to him, I am the Lord. I appeared to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob as God Almighty, but my name, Lord, I was not known to them. In Exodus chapter 6, verse 6-7, therefore say to the children of Israel, I am the Lord. I will bring you out from under the burdens of the Egyptians. I will rescue you from their bondage, and I will redeem you with an outstretched arm and with great judgments. I will take you as my people, and I will be your God. Then you shall know that I am the Lord, your God, who brings you out from under the burdens of the Egyptians. This raises the first question. How can an omnipresent and all-encompassing God be the Lord of only one people? What was Yahweh holding his people back with? In Exodus 19, verses 3-6, thus you shall say to the house of Jacob and tell the children of Israel, you have seen what I did to the Egyptians, and how I bore you on eagle's wings and brought you to myself. Now, therefore, if you will indeed obey my voice and keep my covenant, then you shall be a special treasure to me above all people, for all the earth is mine, and you shall be to me a kingdom of priests and a holy nation. These are the words which you shall speak to the children of Israel. He played on the weaknesses of the people by promising a better life in the title of the chosen holy nation. Yahweh promised, but didn't really care about his people. He showed impatience with his followers and was constantly irritated. At times, this irritation was so great that he was willing to punish those who were disobedient and dissenting. Yahweh was literally obsessed with the fear that his people would abandon him and start following the other Elohim. So, Elohim gods. So he constantly threatened them with death and mercilessly killed those who dissented. This was done in public, so that everyone could see what would happen to this disobedient traitor, thus instilling fear into the people. The book of Numbers, chapter 16, describes an incident when the elders of Israel, on behalf of all the people, were outraged and refused to follow Moses because they realized that Moses was deceiving them and not leading them to the promised better life. But Yahweh ruthlessly and demonstrably destroyed them and their families. And so that others would not do the same, he killed 14,700 more people who sympathized with them. Even then, all the people could have escaped from real slavery if they had not been afraid and supported those decent people. Or here is an example. Old Testament book of Numbers, chapter 21, verses 5-9. And the people spoke against God and against Moses. Why have you brought us up out of Egypt to die in the wilderness? For there is no food and no water, and our soul loathes this worthless bread. So the Lord sent fiery serpents among the people, and they bit the people, and many of the people of Israel died. Therefore the people came to Moses and said, "We have sinned, for we have spoken against the Lord and against you. Pray to the Lord that he take away the serpents from us." So Moses prayed for the people. Then the Lord said to Moses, "Make a fiery serpent and set it on a pole, and it shall be that everyone who is bitten, when he looks at it, shall live." So Moses made a bronze serpent and put it on a pole, and so it was. If the serpent had bitten anyone, when he looked at the bronze serpent, he lived. What kind of God is this who mercilessly destroyed his own people? And is it God at all? We see that God, Yahweh, used high-tech weapons to keep the people in total obedience. This proves again that Yahweh is not a spiritual God, but a man full of ambition, of flesh and blood. Yahweh brought the Jewish people out of Egypt not to free them from their so-called slavery, but to serve him, to seize foreign lands and spread his power on earth. Punishment awaited those who disagreed with this. In Exodus chapter 40 and Leviticus chapter 10, we find descriptions of the construction of the tabernacle, a receptacle in Hebrew, Mishkan, for Yahweh and his dwelling there. Before the construction of the tabernacle, Yahweh dwelt in heaven in the form of a cloud. After the tabernacle was built, he lived directly in it, guided by priests appointed by him for his own devout desire to serve him. If God is spirit, he is omnipresent. How can he dwell in one container? This completely contradicts his essence and confirms that Yahweh is no God, but a man with great illusions of grandeur. Otherwise, he would not have given such instructions. Psalm chapter 98, verse 5, "Exalt the Lord our God and worship at his footstool. He is holy." Those who worshipped him diligently, he made them mediators between himself and the people, bestowing on them privileges, power, and other benefits. They, in return, as proof of their loyalty to Yahweh, could also sacrifice the most precious thing to human being, the lives of their children. in the book of Leviticus, chapter 8, describes the 7-day ordination of Aaron and his sons as priests, and in the next chapter, on the 8th day, Aaron offers the first sacrifices, while Yahweh, in front of all the people, comes out of the tent and personally devours them. The book of Leviticus, chapter 9, verses 23-24. Moses and Aaron went into the tent of meeting. When they came out, they blessed the people. Then Yahweh's glory appeared to all the people. Fire came out of Yahweh's presence and consumed the burnt offering and the pieces of fat on the altar. When all the people saw this, they shouted and bowed with their faces touching the ground. After that, Yahweh devours Aaron's sons in exactly the same way. Aaron's sons Nadab and Abihu each took an incense burner and put burning coals and incense in it. Then in Yahweh's presence they offered this unauthorized fire. A fire flashed from Yahweh and burned them, and they died in the presence of Yahweh. As proof of his loyalty and devotion to Yahweh, Aaron gave his sons to him to eat. Would you want a God like that, for whom you have to kill your children? Now, let us look at the Jewish people today. Yahweh is long gone, but even today the Jewish people live under his oppression. His proxies still hold the people as their slaves to achieve their ambitions through the manipulation of fear. It is enough to look carefully at the conditions under which the people live, and everything becomes clear. They are still being ruthlessly exterminated for the slightest disobedience. Today, the Jewish people have a unique chance to learn the truth and get out from under the bondage of Yahweh, in which they have been for 12,000 years. It is now that a real, loving God has reached out to us, the Jews. This is a unique opportunity to accept it and follow him. Thank you. Thank you for your attention, and pass the word right now on to Anna.
So, Yahweh created the smartest, most influential nation, which subsequently came to dominate all other nations and continues to nowadays. Have you ever wondered why the Jewish people so carefully maintain their genetic purity to the point of various penalties for not following these rules? Isn't it to preserve the so-called intelligence genes that were taken by the smartest son of El from 4 female Apexians, and this gene was passed down through the mother's line only? But in the Jewish people, there are also men who belong to the highest rank in the hierarchy of the Jewish priests, the Kohanim. It is the Kohanim who passed on their heredity only through the male line. Perhaps these are the men with the elitist gene, which was taken by Yahweh from the grave of a high-ranking Apexian over 12,000 years ago. Let's review everything carefully. The 4 foremothers, Sarah, Rivka, Rachel, and Leah, are believed to be the foremothers of the entire Jewish people. The 4 foremothers are the 4 types of people, gene carriers, from these mothers. In the tradition of the Jewish people, number 4 occurs quite often. For example, on Passover, a holiday symbolizing the birth of the Jewish people, 4 glasses of wine are drunk during the Lol Seder night meal, symbolizing the 4 foremothers. According to the Jewish ritual of Seder Pesach, when reciting the story of Exodus from Egypt, one should be guided by the psychology of 4 types of children. One is the wise, one is the wicked, the third is the simpleton, and the fourth is the one who cannot even ask. And we must answer each in order according to his liking and to his understanding. The 4 sons are closely related to 4 questions. Likewise, the Hebrew word for mother is M, and its gematry also includes the 4, Psalm 41:40, which also means birth. The Jewish people have always been interested in their origins and the analysis of their lineage. This is confirmed by new scientific research on this subject. Doron Bahar, Dr. Rambam Medical Center, Haifa, Israel, and his colleagues studied the variation of mitochondrial DNA in Jews that is only passed on through the maternal line. Mitochondrial are the energy stations of the cell, without which it cannot exist. They have their own genetic information encoded in mitochondrial DNA. This DNA is passed on from the mother to all her children, from daughters to grandchildren. So why does this happen? Why can't we inherit mitochondrial DNA from our father? Both men and women receive mitochondrial from the cytoplasm of the mother's egg. This little double-stranded DNA strands stretch back to us from the distant past. In mitochondrial DNA, genes are very densely packed. It's literally full of point mutations, which makes it highly variable. This means that it is very different in people who do not share a common maternal ancestor. In a study of 11,450 people belonging to 67 different Ashkenazi ethnic communities, both in Israel and abroad, it was found that 40% of Ashkenazi people show only 4 types of such DNA, which means that they are descended from only 4 women. The same type of DNA are also found in non-Ashkenazi Jews, but less frequently. They are also found in people from Egypt, Saudi Arabia, and other countries. According to the researchers, it proves that the fact that the four mothers of 4 Jewish people lived in the Middle East. In general, I must say that children inherit the genes of both father and mother, but if we talk about the gene code, which forms the intelligence of the child to come, then this work comes precisely the genes of the mother. The so-called intelligence genes is located in the X chromosome. Since the women have 2 X chromosomes, this means that the mother has twice the potential to pass on her intelligence to the baby. One of the first studies in this area was conducted in 1984 at Cambridge University. At that time, scientists analyzed the brain co-evolution and genome conditioning and concluded that maternal genes contribute most to the development of thought centers in the fetal brain. Moreover, research by the University of Ulm showed that the X chromosome of the father has virtually no influence on the formation of the child's brain, whereas the mother's X chromosome has a direct effect. It works like this. When the intelligence genes come from both father and mother, the paternal gene is deactivated, thereby activating the maternal gene. In the 19th century, Mark Twain observed, Jews are typically and conspicuously the world's intellectual aristocracy. The Jews' contribution to the list of the world's great names in literature, science, art, music, finance, medicine is not proportional to their paltry number. But in addition to genius intelligence, these genes fail, causing hereditary diseases. The psychiatrist Cesare Ramboza wrote, "It is among the Jews that the greatest number of brilliant, talented, and gifted people can be found. But at the same time, the proportion of the mentally retarded among the Jews is 6 times greater." You will hear more about this from the next speakers. Now let's go back to the Kohanim. Who are the Kohanim? Let's listen to an interview with the Rabbi Benjamin Minich.
Due to the fact that for 2000 years the Cohen generations tried to preserve themselves more than others, it is true, in my opinion, that in some incredible percentage of cases it does reveal a common male ancestor for those who claim to be Cohen, and less so in the families who say they are the Levites. It is because the Levites are not forbidden to marry girls who underwent Giyur, converted to Judaism, for example, and so there is the mixing of blood. Indeed, because the Kohanim are a family, tribal affiliation. It is traditionally believed that the Kohanim are descendants of Aaron, Moshe's oldest brother. This is why the family affiliation is passed down on the father. What makes things more difficult is the fact that the priesthood, the rights and duties of priests, is passed down not only through family lineage, but also subject to certain rules. For example, a Cohen is obligated to marry an unmarried Jewish girl. It cannot be a woman who underwent Giyur. The Kohanim have rights and responsibilities. The rights are divided into property rights and honorary rights. The example of property rights is that the Kohanim are entitled to contributions from all the crops grown in the land of Israel, firstborn cattle, and so on. Basically, they are entitled to all kinds of taxes were entitled to in the temple era. And the honorary duties include blessing the people. In the more modern tradition, getting called up to the Torah first as honorary during the service in the synagogue. However, after the destruction of the temple, the Kohanim were eventually denied the property rights, because not all Kohanim families could show their recorded lineage and elevate their kin to the priestly families of at least the Second Temple period. This is why it was decided that they cannot have any property claims. They cannot claim tithes, first fruits, and so on and so forth. But their honorary duties remain. They bless the people during the synagogue service and get called up to the Torah first. This is all true for both Orthodox and partially conservative synagogues. In Reform congregations, for example, which I represent, there is no separation for estates, the Kohanim, the Levites, and so forth.
So, the Kohanim pass on their heredity only through the male line. Professor Karl Skoretsky, the head of nephrology and molecular medicine in the Faculty of Medicine in Haifa, has been quoted speaking of the Kohanim lineage as in Jerusalem Post. The simplest, most straightforward explanation is that these men have the Y chromosome of Aaron. The number of Kohanim is not large in percentage terms, as David Goldstein writes in Jacob's Legacy, Yale University Press. It is 4 or 5 or 6% of male world Jewry. So where did the Kohanim lineage come from? Today, science is also trying to find out this. Anatoly Alexeyevich Klosov, doctor of chemical science, professor, the author of DNA genealogy, the creator of the science that studies the migration of populations and the genetic history of mankind, says that Middle Eastern Jews, including the Kohanim and their descendants, belong to the haplogroup J1 and J2, and it turns out that these haplogroups belong to two different clans. Haplogroup J1 is Middle Eastern in origin. The mutation that defines that genus appeared in the ancestor of the genus about 12,000 years ago in the south of the Fertile Crescent. The haplogroup J1 genus includes Jews, Arabs, and Bedouins descended from this common ancestor. The haplogroup J2 is also of Middle Eastern origin, and the corresponding mutation that defines the genus, according to experts, also appeared in the ancestors of the genus about 12,000 years ago. But it appeared in the north of the Fertile Crescent and unites mainly a different composition of descendants. These are, for the most part, people from the Mediterranean and adjacent territories, contiguous in any case in genealogical terms. These studies are very interesting. They indirectly confirm that it was more than 12,000 years ago that the ancestors of the Kohanim family appeared. As described in the scriptures, the Kohanim were mediators between God and people and performed the sacrifices in the temple. There they blessed the people, showing them the right way. Where did this come from, and who was that God who needed material and human sacrifices? The gesture of blessure, the Kohanim, or as it is also called the Balkan salute, is also noteworthy. The fingers of both hands are folded so that the five-fingered hand visually becomes a three-finger hand. This blessing is also called Birkat Kohanim, priestly blessing. The Talmud says that when the Kohen stood on the platform in the temple and blessed the Jewish people using the inexpressible name of God, so that the divine presence rested over the joints of their fingers. Therefore, it was said that if anyone looked at the hands of the Kohanim, at this time their eyes would become clouded. According to Jewish law, the Kohanim should concentrate by blessing the assembly, praying to God to bless all the Jewish people. For their part, the assembly should concentrate on receiving the blessing. So that no one is distracted, the Kohanim cover the faces and hands with talit. This custom forbids even a quick glance at the hands of the priest, in remembrance of the times when blessing was given by the sacred name of God, and even a glance would have been dangerous. You must agree, these are unusual rules of conduct during prayer, and the gesture of the Kohen's blessing with two three-fingered hands raised is also unusual. But if we assume that all these rules existed 25,000 years ago, when our planet was in slavery to the Apexians, who brought religion into our world and appointed themselves gods, it must be said that the Apexians have knowledge and methods that are beyond the control of humanity, and that is how they, and later their followers from among the submissive people, conducted the so-called divine services. Considering all this, the rules of conducting the worship of the Kohanim no longer seem so unusual. And due to recent archaeological discoveries in Peru, such as the three-fingered mummified hand of an alien creature, as well as the three-fingered creature itself called Maria, we can assume whose heritage we still see in this tradition. It is also interesting that the three-fingered gesture of blessing, the kohen, is today in the greeting marks and emoji reaction in every cell phone. In today's world, men, presumably of the Kohen lineage, not often are priests in the temples. These men are notable for their amazing organizational skills and their ability to see, sense people, and anticipate their mood. They are carriers of the so-called superiority gene, as they say nowadays, with a fine sense. Usually, they are advisors to public leaders of various countries, religious, and other influential organizations. They are skillful leaders and organizers, so-called gray cardinals, really ruling the world. Thank you for your attention. I give the floor to Camila.
As we can see, to this day, there are carriers of the Apexian gene. This is the elite of our society, the aristocracy. Why is it said that these people have blue blood? Where did this expression come from and what does it mean? We'll find out next. I'll give the floor to Tatiana.
Спасибо, Камила. Здравствуйте.
Hello, dear friends. Thank you, Camila. Many of us have heard the expression blue blood. It is believed to belong to the elite, the aristocrats. From the ancient Greek, aristocracy translates as the power of the best. The blue blood served as a sign of chosenness and confirmed the right to kingship. This right was handed down from the times when the Apexians called themselves gods. These gods had blue blood literally, not figuratively. Let's find out why and watch a fragment of the video Code of the Apexians with the participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov.
But who had blue blood?
It was believed that those who were kings, the elite.
While it is really the elite. Well, if we look at this honestly, they are the elite of the modern world, but they do not have blue blood. They merely have the code of those who had blue blood. You see? Friends, this is exactly because the Apexians are a race that belongs to the universe, so to say. They reside and have been residing in interstellar space for quite a long time.
Meanwhile, our blood is very tightly connected with the electromagnetic processes that take place on this planet.
Therefore, iron is prevalent in us. Therefore, our blood is red. Because we are very connected to the electromagnetic field. But if we as people, as earthlings, go beyond, at least our planet, I mean somewhere farther, or better yet, beyond the solar system, then what will happen, literally, after a few generations?
Adaptation.
And our blood will become?
A little bit different.
Right, a little bit different. Why? Because we will take copper, and not iron, as the oxygen carrier, and our blood will be blue.
Interesting.
Everything transforms in nature.
Of course.
There are no such phenomena that, if a need arises, everything becomes the way it should be.
Everything is embedded in a human being. In fact, I would even say that humanoids have everything they need to evolve. We are capable of adapting to any conditions.
But humans, under terrestrial conditions, can only have red blood. Blood is a special, very complicated fluid, far from being studied yet. Those basic forces, we can say energies, the combination of which leads to the formation of the material structure of this liquid, are among the basic elements in the system of matter programming. One of the main functions of blood is transportation. Blood carries oxygen and other nutrients to the cells and removes carbon dioxide. Oxygen is the basic element needed by the living organism to function and provide energy. Hemoglobin is a compound of protein and iron. It is this compound that gives our blood its characteristic red color. Since Apexians spend most of their time in interstellar space, their blood is blue because copper is the element that carries oxygen. This is because in the absence of an electromagnetic field, copper is better suited to carry nutrients in the body. Instead of hemoglobin, they have hemocyanin. What is hemocyanin? Hemocyanin is a copper-containing functional analog of hemoglobin, which turns blue when oxidized by oxygen. There are organisms on Earth that have blood of a different color than red. These are cuttlefish, octopuses, crabs, and some kinds of insects. Organisms with blue blood live in an environment where there is less oxygen. Unlike organisms with red blood, they more easily tolerate pressure functions, changes in the composition of air and magnetic field. Interestingly, the structure of the hemocyanin molecule is shaped like a six-pointed star, similar to the Star of David. This blue-colored symbol is depicted on the flag of Israel. It is also often found in Catholic cathedrals, on paraphernalia, and in the clothing of Vatican ministers. This is a very interesting coincidence, isn't it? Some researchers, scientists have suggested that hemocyanin-based blood is more viscous in terrestrial conditions. The high viscosity of blood ensures that bleeding stops quickly. Apparently, this is rooted in our memory and has come down to us in the form of medieval legends about squads of knights with blue blood, whose blood clotted and wounds healed faster. It is interesting that the Inquisition made bloodletting of the condemned to execution to check the color and coagulation of blood, in order not to execute an aristocrat, a carrier of blue blood, by accident. At the same time, we understand that too thick and viscous blood is a problem for the body's pump, the heart. After all, the thicker it is, the harder it is for the heart to pump it through the vessels. Therefore, there must be a balance between the viscosity of the blood and its flow. Some researchers believe that the gods from heaven needed food containing copper to maintain the necessary concentration of this element in the blood. And supposedly, that's why the gods taught people how to farm and brought crops like wheat and corn to earth. They taught people to grow crops and give some of it to the gods. But this is an incorrect assumption. In terms of copper content, cod liver comes first, cocoa beans second, meat third, and whole grain products only fifth. If you analyze the molecular composition of the same wheat, it has 25 times more iron than copper. Doesn't it seem strange that a high-tech race, able to instantly move from one arm of the galaxy to the other, needs primitive ways to get food? The Apexians are at the fourth level of civilization. Using replicators, a construction device that can create anything, including food, from elementary particles. They have no question of keeping their bodies in proper shape, because they have the technology to restore health. And let us remember that the Apexians used to eat human meat. but not to fill their bodies with copper, but because it was a delicacy to them. The sacrifices they made were necessary for them to obtain the most valuable currency in the universe, the power of human attention. By killing people, they took their prana, their life energy. They knew how to do it. After the expulsion of the Apexians from Earth by the Anunnaki, a new turn of human development began. It was the era of the Atlanteans. Humans practically approached the creation of the creative society. But one of the leaders of humanity, whose name was El, didn't want to give up power, and everything changed dramatically. The consumerist format began to dominate in society. The Atlanteans inherited from the Apexians not only high technology, but also records that contain knowledge of how the Apexians ruled human society, how to hold power over all of society with metaphysical abilities. The cult of priesthood and human sacrifice was restored. This obscurantism existed until Atlantis and its leaders were destroyed in a flood. The Atlantean followers, the children of El, who were created using the genes of the Apexians, went underground, carrying with them the knowledge, the legacy of the Apexians and the Atlanteans. Later, in the time of Sumer, the consumerist format began to dominate again, and there was a resurgence of the cult of priesthood and human sacrifice imposed by the blue bloods. We can see echoes of this in our recent history. Let's look at the picture on the screen. On the left is the icon of the God's providence, with the all-seeing eye, now in a private collection in Poland. It shows the Masonic symbol of the all-seeing eye and a fish that swallows a child. In the center of the picture is the ancient coat of arms of Milan, which used to belong to two ducal families. This coat of arms is called Visoni, the emblem of the Visconti family. There is no exact version of their origin dating an interpretation of the coat of arms. According to one of the legends, the dragon devastated the surroundings of Milan, ate children, poisoned the water in the lake with its breath, until it was killed by Umberto, the ancestor of the Visconti Sforza family. I wonder why the representatives of the Visconti family didn't take the form of Umberto, the symbol of the one who defeats the serpent, but left on the coat of arms the one who symbolizes the demonic forces, the blue serpent eating a child. Today, this coat of arms is used on the logo of the car company Alfa Romeo, created in Milan. Knowing the truth about our real history, it becomes clear what these coats of arms symbolize. The eating of a child by the blue serpent. And we know that the aristocracy of the Ninth Circle practices in their occult societies the ritual killing of children in order to gain additional power, to keep their power over us. Speaking of the symbolism of blue blood, one is reminded of the Sumerian poem about the creation of man, Enuma Elish, which states that man was created from the divine blood of king. King is consonant with the English word king. From his blood, he, Ea, created mankind, on whom he imposed the service of the gods, and set the gods free, after the wise Ea had created mankind. This is where the allegory that kings and aristocrats have blue blood came from. Some blue bloods use their skills and capabilities to help people, while others are followers of the inhumane traditions of the Apexians and Atlanteans. Thank you for your attention. I give the floor to Anna.
Thank you. The brutal customs of the Atlanteans, followers of the Apexians, have survived to this day. Thanks to the knowledge, they can control many things, including regulating the number of peoples. There are many reasons for this, one of them being the purification of the gene pool. In doing so, the population is deliberately shrinking. This effect is called bottlenecking. Camila will tell us about this. But first, let's watch an excerpt of the video Code of the Apexians with the participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov.
Of course, there is a side effect of that too. They have a lot of various genetic diseases. The immune system suffers. If some carriers have a very high intelligence, then unfortunately, because of intermixes, as a side effect, exactly the opposite thing happens. The gene is present. Everything is present. However, a mental weakness develops, or a lot of such pathologies that, God forbid, as it is said, what can you do? One has to pay for everything. Again, precisely the accumulation of these, I would say, broken genes.
Bugs.
Right.
In programming.
Yes, it led to the fact that this nation went through the so-called bottleneck more than once, where their population sharply decreased.
This is also a way of self-regulation.
This is natural, of course. Again, we observe the same thing among ants. If you create conditions for them, their number will reduce dramatically, right? It all depends on conditions.
This is also due to the Apexian gene, because the Apexians are also part of the system, and it turns out that the system always regulates its processes.
For sure.
But there is good news. In the creative society, it is possible to resolve all these genetic issues.
It is possible, but for that, the creative society should be built, in which those people would be extremely helpful to the entire community, I think. Also, in the creative society, genetics can be developed to such an extent that there would be no need for the bottlenecks. Plus, the growing population of this nation would only be a plus.
Jewish people have more than one pass through what is known as the population bottleneck, a drastic reduction in the genetic diversity of the population due to a critical decrease in its numbers. Some researchers have suggested an evolutionary link between the development of recessive inherited diseases and increased intelligence among Ashkenazi Jews. It has been estimated that 25% of Ashkenazi Jews are carriers of certain genetic diseases that can be passed on to their children. In 2014, Journal Nature published an article about the full deciphering of the DNA of 128 Ashkenazi Jews. The scientists' conclusion was that Ashkenazi Jews went through a bottleneck of 250 up to 420 people 25-32 generations ago. That's about 1050-1026 AD, just about the time of the First Crusades. According to the estimates by a group of scientists led by Dr. Doron Bahar of the Rambam Medical Center in Haifa, during the Jewish pogroms in Germany during the Crusades, a relatively small group of Jewish survivors migrated to Poland, increasing their numbers to 10 million by the beginning of World War II. Medical scientists from Yale, the Albert Einstein Institute, the Hebrew University of Jerusalem, and the Sloan Kettering Memorial Cancer Center in New York, who studied the genetic formula of Ashkenazi Jews, estimate that the total number of this group was about 350. Because of the small size and insularity of the community, Ashkenazi Jews have a markedly increased risk for a range of genetic diseases due to the fact that the population has increased again, but the genetic diversity has not been restored. In the 1909 Journal of Social Science, Dr. Rudolf Wasserman, Jew, writes the following: "We have extensive statistical material which shows that Jews are especially susceptible to brain diseases." In his Venice Clinical Review for 1910, a famous Venice psychiatrist, Dr. Alexander Pilz, writes the following: "Cases of acute psychosis leading to idiocy and insanity are particularly frequent among the Jews." The predisposition of Jews to psychosis as a result of hereditary degeneration is so great that it is entirely out of all proportion. Gene mutations that increase the risk of breast and ovarian cancer are also common among Ashkenazi Jews. Abnormalities in the BRCA1 and BRCA2 genes also increase the risk of breast and prostate cancer in men. It has been observed that when the number of Jewish people increases significantly, at the same time genetic changes accumulate that lead to a large number of people with obvious physical and mental disabilities. Their number is so enormous that it becomes very noticeable against the general background, and what is interesting is that during these periods, as a rule, all sorts of wars and revolutions take place, in which the genocide of the Jewish people is carried out. We have seen this more than once throughout the history of mankind. As a rule, in such purges, a huge number of Jews are eliminated, both those with broken genes and the very intelligent representatives of these people. Do you think this is a coincidence? It begs the question, who needs it? And who actually periodically arranges the genocide of the Jewish people? Who provoked and committed these bottlenecks? And most importantly, why? What for? Let us turn to historical and religious sources. Second Book of Kings, in chapter 24, you can find the story of 70,000 people dying within 3 days as punishment, not even for their mistakes, but for God Yahweh's wrong action of King David. So the Lord sent a pestilence on Israel from the morning until the appointed time, and there died of the people from Dan to Beersheba 70,000 men. Book of Numbers, chapter 16, God Yahweh destroys 15,000 people for inconvenient questions. The Spanish Inquisition of the 15th century, directed against the Jews, led to the mass repression of the Jews of Spain and their expulsion from Spain. They were deprived of all civil rights at the legislative level. The action was under the guise of converting Jews to the Catholic faith. But the real reason was not religious, but political. Spain, which had been engaged in wars to conquer territories, was in economic difficulty. The treasury was empty and the country was in severe economic crisis. The treasury urgently needed capital. money, while the Jews had huge financial capital due to the fact that for several centuries, under the protection of the caliphs, Muslims, they were given their freedom to develop. They numbered 600,000 at the time, the largest Jewish community in Europe at the time. They were leading financiers, merchants, landowners, merchants, artisans, doctors, and craftsmen. Many of them became indebted to the Jews, and many people became at that time indebted to the Jews, and there was no way to pay back the debt. So after the expulsion of the caliphs, the Inquisition took a hard look at the Jews. The Jews were an easy and quick way to get enriched. It is from where flowed into the treasury a flood of long-awaited funds squeezed with blood from Jewish families by the ruthless machine of the Catholic tribunal. The Jews were expelled from Spain, allowed to take with them everything they owned except finances, precious metals, stones, books, carpets, and other valuables. In all this history, especially shocking is the role of Thomas Torquemada, the founder of the Spanish Inquisition and the first great inquisitor of Spain. It was he who initiated the brutal persecution of the Jews. It is a shocking fact that he was from a Jewish family that converted to Catholicism. His cruelty toward his brethren knew no bounds. At the time, the Jewish community in Spain attempted to prevent the mass expulsion by appealing to the authority of Don Isaac Abravanel, a renowned statesman, treasurer of Spain, Jewish rabbi and philosopher who was well acquainted with the royal court. Seeking an audience with King Ferdinand, Don Abravanel offered a ransom of 300,000 ducats on behalf of the entire community. It was an enormous sum of money offered in conditions of economic crisis, of which the chief treasurer was well aware. Torquemada reacted very aggressively, forbidding the transaction and thus deciding the fate of the Jews of Spain. Imagine a Jew destroying the Jews. Doesn't it remind you of the story of the God Yahweh? The Muslims showed a completely different side on themselves in this situation. They accepted the Jews and gave them shelter and protection. This information is in the public domain and everyone can see it for himself. It can be clearly seen how a bottleneck for the Jews was organized artificially in Nazi Germany. After the defeat of the Third Reich in the war, and to this day, Jewishness is a victim of Nazism in the mass consciousness of people. Moreover, the tragedy of the Jews was turned into a kind of brand, profiting from it, receiving financial and political dividends. I would like to point out that 6 million people died in the massacre of the Jews in World War II, while 30 million people of the Slavic race did. In reality, the Jews are not all alike. Some Jews were exterminated and persecuted, while other Jews financed Hitler themselves. The world community prefers to remain silent about the contribution of influential Jews of the time to the establishment of the Third Reich and to Hitler's growing influence. And people who raise this issue are immediately accused of revisionism, fascism, anti-Semitism, etc. The Jews and Hitler are one of the most close topics in the world media. Although it is no secret that the Führer and the NSDAP were sponsored by influential Jewish industrialists such as Reinhold Gessner and Fritz Mandel. Significant aid to Hitler was provided by the famous Warburg banking dynasty and personally by Max Warburg, director of the Hamburg Bank Warburg and Corporation. Among other Jewish bankers who did not spare money for the NSDAP, it is necessary to highlight the billionaires Oscar Wassermann, one of the managers of Deutsche Bank, and Hans Previn. Some researchers believe that the Rothschilds were involved in financing Nazism. They needed Hitler to implement a project to create a Jewish state in Palestine. Persecution of Jews in Europe forced them to look for a new homeland, and the Zionists, supporters of unification and revival of the Jewish people in the historic homeland, helped to organize the establishment of settlements in the Palestinian territories. In addition, the problem of the assimilation of Jews in Europe was being solved. Persecution forced them to remember their origins and to unite. A mobilization of Jewish consciousness was taking place. In addition, we should know the fact that the top leadership of the Third Reich itself consisted largely of Jews or people with Jewish roots. These facts are set out in Dietrich Bronder's work Before Hitler Came. Based on 288 sources, he was General Secretary of the Association of Non-Religious Communities in Germany. Henning Kattels, Adolf Hitler, the founder of Israel. During the war, he was Lieutenant Colonel and Knight Commander of the Iron Cross. Many facts about Jews in the Third Reich can be found in the works Himmler by Willy Freischauer, The Bormann Brotherhood by William Stevenson, Eichmann by John Donovan, and Canaris by Charles Whiting, etc. Thanks to Hitler personally, a category of over 150 honorary Aryans emerged, comprised mostly of major Jewish industrialists. The curator of the personal artist of the leader to sponsor certain political events. The Nazis divided the Jews into the rich and everyone else, and the rich had benefits. Thus, we see that through the efforts of the Western media, official historians and politicians, many interesting pages were just cut from the history of World War II and its prehistory. Jews funded the establishment of the Third Reich. Hitler personally, were in the leadership of Germany, participated in solving the Jewish question and the destruction of the countrymen, and fought in the German armed forces. And after the collapse of the Reich, the German people were blamed for the genocide of the Jewish people and forced to pay the contribution. To this day, Germany and the Germans are considered the main culprits for the outbreak of World War II, although the organizers of this massacre remain unpunished. As we can see, the Jewish people had to go through the bottleneck many times, artificially, while creating for himself the smartest nation to achieve his ambitious goals. Yahweh did not consider the flip side of this gene. While winning in intelligence of some Jews, this gene brought in side effects that were reflected negatively, both on physical and intellectual level of other Jews. After all, the Jews themselves say that their people are either very smart or very stupid. These extremes are the result of this gene. When the number of Jews with broken genes exceeded a certain number, genetic purges were arranged in order to hide this defect and maintain the image of the chosen people. When you examine the history of the Jewish people, you will see that from the time of their creation until today, enormous efforts have been made to keep them as their slaves. For this purpose, unfavorable environmental conditions were artificially created. At the same time, the work was done to create a bad name for the Jews. They were thereby isolated from society. The Jews were forbidden to mix with other nations so their population would not expand and their intellectual gene would not serve others. The Jews were not allowed to engage in science. By setting up these bottlenecks for their people, the Jewish priests know that a significant reduction in their population and then the subsequent outgrowth will lead to the formation of severe genetic diseases, both physical and mental. But man is not simply a biomachine that can be programmed at will. The basic element of the human being is the soul and personality. Sharp mind and strong analytical thinking, together with high moral human qualities, can be of great benefit both to a person and to the society. And if a person of high intellect decides to engage in his spiritual development, he can achieve great success in this and understand what the true meaning of life is. He is able to uncover deception very quickly. Such people are very difficult to control. They do not need an intermediary leader because they themselves are excellent organizers and leaders. They have a need for unification and organize themselves into communities and act together. Did you know that it has been several years since the Overton window principle was launched in preparation for the next Jewish bottleneck? In 2014, global brand Zara launches a collection of children's striped sweatshirts with the yellow star of David. After public outcry, the product was removed, but the memory remained in people's subconscious. In 2019, global brand Louis releases a pinstripe suit exactly reminiscent of the costume of concentration camp prisoners. Again, after public discontent, the product was removed, but in people's subconscious the memory remained. These are just small examples of the many that exist. What do you think they do this for? Is it not in order to blame these people for all the troubles during the next crisis and to destroy them en masse again? After all, today our entire world is on the brink of annihilation. By eliminating these people, the Jews, we as humanity would be deprived of at least 25% of all human intelligence. It is the people of this ethnic group that could be of great use to all of humanity. Without them, our chance of survival drops considerably, for we as humanity have a tremendous opportunity to build a beautiful new world for all. Of course, as always, everything is by people's choice. Everything is done by people's choice. Each nation has its own unique skills that it can apply to build the creative society.
לכל אומה יש את הכישורים הייחודיים שלה, שיכולה ליישם כדי ליצור חברה יוצרת. אחרי הכל, זה מועיל לכולם. רפואה בחברה יוצרת
After all, it is beneficial for absolutely everyone. We mean the creative society. And medicine in the creative society will not only solve the issues with prolongation of life, but also correct all the genetic errors. Now giving the floor to Anna.
Indeed, it's time for the truth. There are many religions on Earth. Oksana will tell us how long ago they were formed.
Shalom. We
live in a world where 7 billion people consider themselves followers of any religion or denomination. Many of them speak of lofty ideals of love, kindness, and mutual respect. But today's reality is that we live in a dark world. What is wrong with us? What is wrong with religions? How have religions formed that pay lip service to unity, but in fact divide and pit people against each other? Have you ever thought why our common history begins with the ancient cities of Mesopotamia and Egypt in the 4th and 3rd millennium BC? And after that, ancient India, China, and Hellas, ancient Greece, are mentioned. And why, according to the Jewish religion, the creation of the world took place exactly 5,782 years ago. What kind of world creation are we talking about? It was during this period that the Sumerians appeared and our world began to change. The Sumerians brought in consumerist worldview, aligned to universal human principles, which began to spread and impose throughout the earth by force and ideology. How did they manage to change the world in this way? Let's try to figure it out. According to Judaic mythology, Abraham, the legendary ancestor of the Jews, came from Ur, one of the largest cities of Sumer. In 1932, Leipzig University professor Alfred Jeremias and his work Der Kosmos von Sumer claimed that Abraham was not a Babylonian of Semitic origin. The Sumerian name of Ram means father's favorite. The name of Abraham's father, Farah, Terah, comes from the Sumerian name epithet Tirhu, which was the name of priests, soothsayers, who observed celestial signs or received prophecies from the gods. The name of Abraham's mother, according to the Book of Jubilees, is Edna, akin to the Sumerian name Edina. Finally, the biblical Hebrew is identified with the Sumerian Ni-Ibri, that is, native of Nippur. Nippur was the main religious center of Sumer. The name of the Sumerian king, Gudea, is a bit like the name Jehuda. The Sumerians in Hebrew pronounced Shomrim, which in Hebrew means keepers, guardians. The priests of Yahweh imposed a consumerist format of society on the Sumerians. They are the founding fathers of the scriptures, where they would later so carefully prescribe who gave birth to whom, immortalizing themselves in the millennia and calling themselves the God-chosen people. They are the descendants of those who, as we have already discovered, were created by one of El's sons, Yahweh, who used the genes of the Apexians to create his people. The smartest people, endowed with the talent for leadership and organization, used to implement a consumerist divide-and-conquer format of society. They kept this form of society for 6,000 years and existed in an organized way underground in this format. That is why, once gotten outside, they started creating and building what they knew, what they believed in, because it was the only life format they knew. Omitting further historical details, let's fast forward to the first millennium BC, in particular from the 10th to the 7th century BC, when certain events took place which later influenced the change in the worldview not only of the nations of the East, but also the West, and reflected in the worldview of modern people. It was during these times when literature describing the way of El's life and its elite has been formed and became popular. This includes the popular Babylonian epic poem Enuma Elish and the Hebrew Bible Tanakh, which later formed the basis of the Old Testament of the Bible. The epic poem Iliad and Odyssey by Homer were composed. It is also interesting that the first edition of the epic poem Mahabharata, telling about the great war and strife, was made in the same 7th century BC, reaching events initiated by the followers of El. And history repeats itself. Just as in the story with the mysterious Homer, the processing of the text is attributed to one author, the legendary mysterious sage, who edited the famous ancient Indian epic Mahabharata, as well as the Vedas, Puranas, and other Indian philosophical texts. He is referred to as the sage Vyasa. This name is translated from Sanskrit as fractionality, division, scattering, dispersion. He is also called Shashwata, that is, immortal, eternal. And as early as 586 BC, the Babylonians captured Jewish priests who were extremely literate, and in this regard they were allowed into the ancient Babylonian libraries, where they were not only engaged in the census, but also wrote history for future generations, the kind of history that would benefit them, the kind of history that would allow them to rule over all nations. And from there, the Jewish priests came out with their well-formed teachings based on the ancient knowledge. In his book, The Enduring Jews, Max Diamond says that the captives were the best of the Judean aristocracy and intelligentsia, the Jews of the first diaspora exiled during their exile in Babylon. Diamond states, in Babylonian libraries, Jewish intellectuals discovered a whole world of new ideas. Within 5 decades, the exiled Jews found themselves at the top of the Babylonian society, in business, in the world of science and culture. They became leaders in commerce, scholars, and advisors to rulers. So they became the ones who formed the public worldview. This is a key point, because one's worldview determines one's choices. And the Jewish priests knew perfectly that everything starts with the person and his choice. Forming a worldview, they left a few grains of truth, which people knew from ancient times, addressing them in a mass of tears and substitutions. It was a working scheme where a doctrine was taken, carefully studied, and then processed and altered so as to fix human consciousness on the material and to impose a consumerist format of thinking. We have been observing this scheme for the past 6,000 years. It is especially evident during those periods when prophets came and brought true knowledge,
Many believers today are convinced that religions were created by prophets. The truth is that no prophet created religions or wrote scriptures. That was done by men who were intelligent and educated. And prophets brought knowledge and passed it on orally. Prophets told people about the true nature of a human, that human is spirit, that each person can communicate directly with God without intermediaries. They told people that the true purpose of human's existence is to gain eternal life. They told us about the quickest and shortest way to God through the cultivation of inner love. And this knowledge gave people true freedom. People who accepted this knowledge could no longer be controlled and manipulated, as this clever priest would like. We know that Zarathustra, Buddha, Jesus, and Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, are the greatest humans of all time, because they brought their primordial knowledge into this world by the will of the one God. This knowledge was supposed to contribute to the spiritual liberation of billions of people and the development of the creative format of society. The prophets brought the knowledge and improved people's lives. People became free, happy, and understood that only God was above them. However, in spite of this, even in the period of the prophet's lifetime, knowledge began to be distorted and substituted. And almost always it was done by people who self-identified as disciples and faithful followers of the prophets. There are many stories preserved in the scriptures themselves of who these so-called faithful disciples really were, and their mentors were the Jewish priests, whose recommendations and instructions they followed. After the prophets left, knowledge was transformed into a tool to manipulate the masses, into religion. Substitutions and distortions were inserted. Inner work on oneself was replaced by outer rites and rituals. Love for God was replaced by fear and piety, the desire for eternal life in the spiritual world by promises of eternal life in the material body, or the acquisition of life after death. Some teachings removed God, as in Buddhism. Others removed work on oneself, as in Christianity. The formation of religions followed the same scenario. At first, the knowledge brought by the prophets was tried to be destroyed and completely rewritten. If destruction failed, the knowledge was remade into certain religious dogmas. The basic concepts were substituted to complicate the way of spiritual development for the believers. At the same time, the teaching was being split up into different currents, which often feuded and fought among themselves. An intermediary would necessarily appear without whom, allegedly, a person could not come to God, and a priestly hierarchy was also built. The significance of the feminine nature was diminished or completely eliminated, and the masculine one was elevated. Simple truths given by the prophets were replaced by complex and incomprehensible interpretations, often with a double meaning. Believers were made to believe that only their religion would lead to God. The idea of God's chosen people was imposed. This is why billions of believers today think in categories that are specifically designed for them. Yes, the priests made great substitutions and distortions. However, the choice of the individual was always important, because if there were no traitors, there would be no one to make distortions. As stated earlier, everything starts with a human and his choice. You can read more about substitutions and distortions in all religions and how they were introduced in the Kaleidoscope of Facts, Truth and Chaff, and Lives of the Worthiest.
Thank you, Oksana. Yes, indeed, the purpose of the Apexian religion is to enslave man, not to give freedom. This is hidden slavery. But as we have heard, man was also enslaved in the literal sense. How this happened, we can find out in the video with Jana. Jana, people ask, what had been on earth before people became a slave to the Greys, meaning to the Apexians, the consumerist format that had brought them from one kind of slavery to the other? Thank you, Jana. We are talking a lot today about our common history. It is important. After all, knowing the past, we can foresee the future. Knowing the truth, we can make a conscious choice, do everything in our power, do our best to prevent this scenario from repeating itself. We, all humanity, need a completely different format of society. The creative society. Carriers of the intelligence gene can play an important role in building a new format of society. Let us watch an excerpt of the video God of the Apexians with the participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov.
I'll put it this way. They may also be the most necessary people for humanity in the creative society. Why? Because, first of all, they are gifted leaders in the literal sense of the word. They are wonderful organizers. Also, they are the smartest people. I understand that pridefulness might sting some people, but if we face the truth, they are really the smartest. If we exclude this nation, the carriers of the Apexian genes, we would lose at least 25% of our total intelligence, if not more. Well, I'm afraid to say 50%, but 25% for sure. That is one side, while the other side is that it is extremely difficult to organize people. In fact, isn't it? Let's look at any enterprise or anywhere else. If a person doesn't have this talent, then even at a small enterprise, it's extremely difficult for him to somehow synchronize people in their work, right? While these people, manage a huge number of people.
Greetings. As we already know, Jews are the carriers of the gene of the Apexians, but having the gene is not enough to unlock potential. In the Jewish tradition, it is customary from early childhood to invest a lot of attention in the comprehensive education of children. This tradition has been preserved to this day. An individual approach is applied to children, giving them an opportunity to reveal their potential. Marissa Landau notes that the Jewish religion forbids leaving children uneducated. Plus, Landau states that Jewish women also learned to read and write, the phenomenon that was unique in the ancient world. Landau also mentions that the Jews had a tradition for up to 10 years to fully support a son-in-law who wished to devote himself to studies. It seems that it was the Jews who invented something similar to scholarship. In the Middle Ages, the French monk Pierre Abelard, 1079 to 1142, wrote the following about Jewish education. A Jew, even a poor one, even if he has 10 sons, will educate them all, and not in order to earn money as Christians do, but to understand the law of God, and not only his sons, but also his daughters. Marriages have always been encouraged among Jewish rabbis, unlike Catholic priests, who since the Council of Carthage in the 4th century and a decree were required to abstain from marital relations. During the Middle Ages, the result was a big drop in IQ among Catholics, because their smartest and most gifted boys were locked up in seminaries, and the gene pool greatly suffered. At the same time, wise, trained Jewish rabbis married smart women and created big, smart families. This phenomenon is described in 3 works: Anarchy, State and Utopia by Robert Novick, Jewish Mystery Power by Ernst Vandenberg, and A History of the Jews by Paul Johnson. Comfort and support in the family, plus high hopes. Success breeds success on a neurological level. Jewish children are generally aware that they are capable of achieving many things. They are encouraged to develop their skills in order to contribute to humanity. Jews do not approve of abusive behavior. Strong family ties, constant encouragement, and great attention to work are the keys to success. Jews make up 0.2% of the population, yet they make up around 25% of the world's scientific community. Steven Pinker, who lectured on Jews, genes and intelligence in 2007, says their average IQ is measured between 108 and 115. Henry Harpending, Jason Hardy, and Gregory Cochran of the University of Utah, the authors of the 2005 research report Natural History of Ashkenazi Intelligence, state that they have a standard deviation of 0.75 to 1 from the general European level. Charles Murray, in his 2007 essay, Jewish Geniuses, says their average IQ is somewhere between 107 and 115, with a likely compromise of 110. The average IQ of Jews is 8 points higher than the generally accepted IQ of their closest competitors, Northeast Asians, and about 40% higher than the overall average IQ of 79.1. calculated by Richard Lynn and Tatu Venhanen in IQ and Global Injustice. Important figures in the book Jewish Geniuses by Charles Murray. He calculates the contribution of Jews in various fields, noting how much they have done compared to their unusually small numbers. He came to the following conclusions. Biology: the contribution of Jews is 5 times greater than their numbers. Chemistry: 6 times. Physics: 9 times. Literature: 4 times. Music: 5 times. Fine arts: 5 times. Mathematics: 12 times. Philosophy: 14 times. USA Today. Ashkenazi Jews constitute 2.2% of the population, but represent 30% of all elite college professors, 21% of Ivy League students, and 25% of Turing Award winners. In addition, Jews make up 50% of the 200 intellectuals, 40% of the partners in the leading law firms of New York and Washington, D.C., 59% of the directors, writers, and producers of the 50 most brilliant films. I would also like to say that the Jewish nation is one of the most consolidated and united peoples in the world. You will hear more about that from the next speakers. Thank you for your attention and goodbye.
Communication is very well developed in today's world. It allows all of us to get to know the customs and culture of different peoples and to take the best of them. The tradition of the Jewish people's intellectual development, their diligence and perseverance are worth their respect. We all have a lot to learn from each other to create a beautiful and safe world for all people. Let us watch a fragment of the video with the participation of Mikhail Danilov, Code of the Apexians.
אני מציעה לצפות בקטע מהתוכנית עם איגור מיכאלוביץ' דנילוב, קוד אפקסיאנים.
Most of the people among this nation dream of a life when there would be no poor people.
Oh, Igor Mikhailovich, of course. For sure, in fact, they're
very lofty ideas,
yes,
the right ideas.
They're actually waiting for the one who will come and for the time to come. Let's call it the Golden Age.
The Golden Age.
Yes, when their nation would have no poor people at all, when everyone would live in abundance, and that would free up an enormous amount of time for them to study their holy scriptures, for them to live righteously in accordance with...
Dreams and wishes are actually good.
Yes, good ones.
You see, the spiritual side still prevails over the genes that have been embedded in them. People strive for the spiritual anyway.
All religions wait for the coming of the Messiah. In Judaism, they wait for the Mashiach. Olga will tell us about the signs of his coming. Today, the whole world is going through difficult times. Every nation is suffering hardships caused by crisis, unemployment, economic and military conflicts, and natural disasters. The worldwide decadent state of humankind is fully consistent with the stories that have come down to us in the sacred texts of Judaism. The Jews know from their ancient writings that the end of days is near. For them, the end times are highlighted by the upcoming arrival of Mashiach, the predicted savior of the Jewish people and the entire world. The coming of Mashiach, according to the prophets of ancient Israel, differs from the other prophets of that religion because of the globality of his mission. It concerns not only one people, but all humankind, and the subsequent renewal of the world. His coming is a kind of Rubicon, a critical moment of choice for all humanity. It is today there is a clear similarity between the signs of the Redeemer's coming and the end of days. Tractate Sanhedrin 98a. When you see a generation on which trouble is raining down, wait for him. The Mishnah in Tractate Seuta 49b speaks of the end times. In the times of the approach of the Messiah, impudence will increase, although the vine shall bring forth its fruit. Wine will nevertheless be expensive, and the monarchy shall turn to heresy. There will be no one to give reproof about this. The meeting place of the sages will become a place of promiscuity, and the wisdom of scribes will putrefy, and people who fear sin will be held in disgust, and the truth will be absent. The youth will shame the face of elders. Elders will stand before minors. A man's enemies will be the members of his household. The face of the generation will be like the face of a dog. Judaism believes that the Jewish people are in a state of Allat, exile, but exile not from their homeland, This word is also interpreted as a state of spiritual decline of the people. In the books, one can find such terms as Galat Anefesh, expulsion of the soul, and Galat Shchinach, expulsion of the divine presence. Therefore, it is not entirely accurate to interpret this term as referring only to the physical expulsion of people from their land. Rabbi Yaakov Yosef wrote in his works, "The physical Galat is a consequence of the spiritual Galat. It was 6,000 years ago that the loss of the ideal world happened, when there was made a choice of spiritual deviation, and humankind shifted to a consumerist format of relationships. Troubles and wars began to break out in the world. According to the legends, the final liberation for all humankind will be its coming to an ideal society, and this will be possible after the appearance of Matriarch to humankind, which in turn involves the spiritual transformation of each person and the subsequent transition and renewal of the entire world. For Matriarch will only be revealed to those who truly love God." The times of the Golden Age coming are described in the Tanakh as follows. Tehillim 72:7. "In his days the righteous shall flourish, and abundance of peace until the moon is no more." According to the book by Rabbi Yehuda Lev bar Betzalel's Netzach Israel, 16th century, the main functions of the temple are to be the receptacle of the Shekinah and to unite the chosen people. The term Shekinah in Judaism means the presence of God. In the Talmud and rabbinic literature, it is the divine presence, one of the names of God. With the term Shekinah, we find associations with the image of light. The radiance of the Shekinah strengthens the angels in heaven and the righteous of the coming world. The religious philosopher, theologian Nachman Krommel interpreted the Shekinah as pure spiritual power. The German Jewish idealist philosopher Hermann Kogan, drawing on Maimonides, also known as Rambam, Jewish philosopher, Talmudic theologian, defined Shekinah as absolute peace, which is the eternal ground for movement. In the earliest Kabbalah work, Sefer HaBehar, the Shekinah is described as a queen, a daughter, a feminine origin. In Christianity, it is the Virgin Mary. Similar information can also be found in Jewish encyclopedias. The Shekinah is the feminine divine origin, the source of the created world and the power that sustains it. It is the conductor of the divine light that preserves the entire created world. That is, the temple in the original sense is the receptacle of God, or the source of divine light. In Judaism, there is a view that the temple will be rebuilt by Mashiach in a supernatural way, that the temple itself will not be a material place, but an invisible abode of this pure, creative, spiritual power. All religions say that the temple of the soul is a human body, and this in turn speaks first of all the spiritual transformation of human himself, and as a consequence of the whole society. And in order to bring Jerusalem back and to move closer to rebuilding the temple, we need to acquire love for one another and for God Almighty, for it is not about the geographical location, but about the people who lived there. And in the future, according to the legends, all of humanity, after the renewal and purification, will be elevated, will soar spiritually, and will become the receptacle of Shekinah. As it is commonly believed, the return of the Jewish people to the Promised Land is the return to Eretz Israel. But since the ultimate liberation will not concern just one people, but the entire world, accordingly, for all humanity, the obtaining of the Promised Land will not refer to a geographical location, Just as the term Allat has a more global understanding on a civilization-wide scale, it means spiritual rather than physical exile. So the return to the promised land for all humankind would be a change in society itself, its way of life, as it was before the consumerist format 6,000 years ago, when the whole world had an ideal society. The Tanakh says that God is the God of all nations, and that Mashiach will come to all people. Isaiah 2:4. He shall judge between the nations, and shall decide disputes for many peoples, and they shall beat their swords into plowshares, and their spears into pruning hooks. Nation shall not lift up sword against nation, neither shall they learn war any more. Tehillim 72:17. May his name endure forever, his fame continue as long as the sun. May people be blessed in him, all nations call him blessed. In the Tanakh and Talmud legends, it is said that the problems of all nations of the whole world will be solved. Everyone knows that people are enslaved in consumerist format. The power of the few over the majority is everywhere. Human life is devalued everywhere. The coming of Mashiach will mark the time of choice for people. In this time, people will have to decide for themselves what kind of world they want to live in a world of lies, violence and consumption, or in a world of brotherhood, love and creativity. The ancient Jewish scriptures say that the Jewish people are chosen as the increased responsibility before God to unite for themselves and to help other nations by their example. And now I invite you to watch an interview with the respected Rabbi Arbiv Roberto.
Messiah. I think this is one of the important ideas of the people of Israel, because it means that they have a positive future. I mean, there's something optimistic about that, and there's something to strive for. We don't see the world as hopeless. We believe that in this world, as it is, we can set things right and build a paradise on earth. This does not mean that we'll leave the correction of the world for later, when Mashiach comes and does it for us. But we can change the world now, doing it together, and people should understand this. This is the task of people. I mean that people's duty is to bring Mashiach to the already built beautiful world. The Messiah won't do this job. I do not believe that the Messiah is a person. It is a certain period when people will reach such a high spiritual level that the world will be a different place. The world will be changed. People will no longer fight and will no longer want to claim other people's rights. And they will understand what really matters. The prophet said that the future would come when everyone would rise on God's mountain in Jerusalem. All nations. Isaiah and the others said that all the nations and all the inhabitants of the earth would rise on God's mountain. All inhabitants of the earth. That's what the prophet said. One day they will all come with their flags to Mount Zion in Jerusalem and make a big fire and burn all the flags, because there will be one great nation in the world.
Thank you, Roberto. The people of Israel have an important task before them. Our esteemed Rabbi Benjamin Minich will speak to us about its destiny.
The important point is that the negative side of global mass unification implies blurring the distinctions. The attempt to preserve these distinctions, some national peculiarities in some sense, was condemned. But among Jews, it was not only condemned, it was even cultivated. Yes, the Jews have been able to live within large groups for centuries. On the one hand, living with them in relative peace, and on the other hand, maintaining their isolation, which today, in postmodern approach, can be called pluralism. It's when, on the one hand, we respect each other's differences, and on the other hand, we live in peace without necessarily agreeing on everything. And it seems to me that in the very surrounding, where there was an inspiration for a wider unification, through narrower unifications, the impression was formed that the Jews were a very friendly people. And the Jews have persistently kept their unity, often at the expense of being separated from the wider society in different ways, either in terms of food, in terms of Sabbath rest, or in terms of clothing, and so on. So it seems to me that the answer to your question might be the following. Friendship of Jews, if it exists, is based on the desire to preserve their particular traits, rather than necessarily join the common melting pot. I think that the ability of the Jewish people to hold the stick at both ends, and to be, on the one hand, part of the universal global world, and on the other hand, a special group, and preserve its identity, it can be an example for all other people. Thus, on the one hand, one can take care of the all human good, and on the other hand, not give up one's peculiarities, not assimilate into some all-human pot. I believe that what we should strive for is not the coming of the Messiah, but the coming of Messianic times, and the onset of the Messianic times depend entirely on each one of us, on our behavior, on the way we live our personal level, on how we behave with our loved ones and with not closed ones. That's the main thing.
Thank you, Benjamin. The prophecies of the last days described in the scriptures have already come true today. One of those prophecies was the birth of the red calf in Israel. Historians who have studied the books of prophets Daniel and Isaiah believe that the red cow is one of the harbingers of the coming apocalypse. The second prophecy is that life will appear in the Dead Sea in anticipation of the end of the world. A few years ago, living fish were first seen in the Dead Sea. The prophecies also said that the end of the world is near if the Tao can no longer find refuge on the Temple Mount. And it happened. The serpent, which crawled out of the Wailing Wall and interrupted prayer, set up a hunt for the Tao. This is not the first time humanity has experienced the end times, an era of global climate change. They are cyclical in nature, but how many people know about cyclicality? Dushan, you have the floor now.
Thank you, Anna. Good evening. The year 2022 made even those who did not believe in or were skeptical about global climate change to think seriously and reconsider their views. More than 2,000 people in Europe died this summer from the sweltering heat. The record heat triggered the worst drought and raging wildfires in the region in 500 years. Major waterways and many other rivers dried up, threatening navigation, agriculture, and hydroelectric power plants. The hunger stones warning of hard times were exposed. Following the heat and drought, deadly storms struck Europe. And at the end of August, in Spanish Catalonia, giant blocks of ice, which can no longer be called hail, maimed people and even resulted in the death of a child. For more than 70 days in a row, extreme heat destroyed China's population, factories and fields. Lakes and rivers dried up. Crops perished. More than 900 million people in 17 provinces in China were exposed to abnormally high temperatures. This is the most extreme heat event ever recorded in world history. At the same time, China has been hit by a wave of historic floods since May 2022. Pakistanis also experienced an abnormal heat wave from March to May this year. And right now, more than 33 million Pakistanis are suffering the effects of a historic massive flood that has already covered one-third of the country. These are just a few examples. The list of climate disasters of 2022 is endless, and the year is not over yet.
2022 roku můžeme vyjmenovávat do nekonečna. Přitom rok
There is no longer a single continent, or even almost no country, where a new record of natural disasters has not been set. Cataclysms are no longer just increasing in frequency, they are a progression.
Už v roce 2014 ve zprávě
Back in 2014, in the report on the problems and consequences of global climate change on Earth, effective ways to solve these problems, the world was warned about what is happening now and will happen to the climate. What the true causes of global climate change are, and what the way out for humanity is. But this vital information was ignored at the time. At the same time, we are fed false tales about human influence on the climate, anthropogenic CO2, or the opposite, that the climate is not changing as it happened before. But I have a question. Why do those who tell us these actively build underground bunkers? The fact that demand for the shelters went up by 500% 2 years ago indicates a boom in demand. How can this be explained? These storytellers just know and understand everything and hope to hole up in their bunkers while the planet experiences the peak of climatic cataclysms. But they are mistaken. They can't sit back and wait it out this time. Why? You're about to find out. The core of our planet plays a major role in climate change around the world. Its rotation shapes the electromagnetic field, gravity, atmospheric pressure, and many other processes on the Earth. But in the 1990s, there was a sharp destabilization of the core, and as a consequence, it affected many planetary processes. The Earth's axis shifted sharply and began to move 17 times faster. In 1998, there was a sharp jump of the core northward toward Siberia. And the shift of the core affects the movement of magma inside the planet. Therefore, scientists observe normally warm zones, where heating occurs several times faster than on average on the planet. The rise of magma to the surface of the Earth provokes other processes: a sharp increase in the number of earthquakes, activation of volcanoes, heating of the ocean, melting of glaciers, and permafrost from bottom to top. Having analyzed and compared data from geology, archaeology, glaciology, and other fields of science that tell us about the past, scientists have concluded that a sharp increase in climatic cataclysms was earlier, and it happens with a certain cyclicity, about 12,000 years. This conclusion is confirmed by the data of the magnetic pole, which shifted 12,000 years ago, 24, 36, and so on. And during the same periods, according to geological evidence, there was an 8 to 10 times weakening of the magnetic field, which we can observe today. And by deposits in ice cores, scientists can judge about volcanic eruptions in the past. And here, the anomalous increase in volcanic activity observed with the same frequency, 12,000 years. And every 24,000 years, volcanic eruptions were more catastrophic. Climatic catastrophes occur synchronously on other planets of the solar system. We will not consider in detail all of the factors that explain the cyclical nature of catastrophes on the planet. You can read more about this on the forums and on the website of the Creative Society in videos and interviews with the scientists. Let's return to the question we asked about. Why won't bunkers help save us from cataclysms? That's because we get rid at the end of the 24,000 years cycle. We get right to it. The worst case scenario, when climatic disasters are much stronger, our planet, which has been nearly killed off by our barbaric attitude to it, poisoned by our waste, is not capable of withstanding the kind of stresses it will face from impacts from outer space. What would a bunker be for if there were no planet itself? All I'm saying now sounds very scary, but unfortunately, this is the truth of the day. Our overall survival depends on how quickly we accept this information and begin to act. But if the fear closes our eyes now, we will not find a way out with our eyes closed. We are left with only one option: to unite and get through this difficult period together. After all, the cyclical nature of cataclysms is also a test of our humanity. Let's watch the video.
Jana, could you tell what the point of 12,000-year cycles for humanity is? After all, everything must make sense. So that people consciously choose life and become a united human civilization. Well, otherwise there will be a restart, in order not to spawn parasites in the universe. That's the point.
It is in the worst of times that we need to set aside everything that has divided us before and act together. There is already a tremendous amount of research in science right now, and by combining it, scientists will be able to find a solution to the climate problem. And we, all people, need to help them to do this. To create all conditions so that nothing interferes with our distracts scientists from their only goal: to keep all of humankind alive. Fortunately, many have already realized this. There is already a platform where millions of people were joined together. It is the Creative Society. These are the people who just want to live happily. Not to be afraid for tomorrow, for the future of their children, to live in comfort and prosperity. But to build such a creative society is possible only through the efforts of all people. Thank you for the attention. I will now give the floor to the next speaker. Vita, you have the floor.
To date, the unification is the only chance for all of humanity to survive, and not just to survive, but to reach a new level of development and become a unified civilization. Only by becoming a unified civilization and building the creative society, we can solve all our global problems. to bring our dying planet back to life, solve the problem of global climate change, solve social problems, and create a world without wars, a world of abundance and prosperity. And then humankind will open up the prospect of space exploration and the possibility of resettlement to other planets like our beautiful Earth, not lifeless Mars. But why do we doubt the reality of unification? Because we are used to inaction and shifting the responsibility for our lives and our problems to others. We are divided and unorganized. In any extreme situation, we don't know how to behave. We're so accustomed to the idea that someone will come and do everything for us and save us. After all, we have been taught for thousands of years to live only for ourselves, for our own interests, satisfying our own ambitions. But it is in our power to change everything. After all, today we have all the conditions and opportunities for unification. We already have modern technology, the desire of people themselves, and most importantly, we have the knowledge of how to achieve it, and we have the example of a motivated and hard-working Jewish nation that is the most united on the planet. We can trace the example of their unity throughout the ages. No matter how complex the situations were that life put them in, they always found a way to survive and unite. They often became famous kings and rulers. They always aspired to knowledge. Even being in slavery to the Babylonians, they never stopped learning. In 5 decades, exiled Jews got to the top of Babylonian society, in entrepreneurship, in the world of science and culture. During centuries of survival, they learned to make do with less and achieve significant results. They are the best managers, scientists, physicians, financiers, filmmakers, and musicians. Their total intelligence is 25% of intelligence of all humankind. In today's situation, it will be a crime not to channel the experience and knowledge of these people to help survive in such difficult conditions for all humanity. For such intellectual potential and managerial ability, it is a worthy challenge to do everything possible and impossible to survive. This is the kind of task that Jews have always been very successful at. But now it is important to do this not only for their own nation, but for all of humanity. There is a good example of this nation coming together. After World War II, despite difficult conditions and many problems, without developed technology, people managed to unite in a common goal. And in a short time, the desert was turned into a blooming garden of Eden, the beautiful country of Israel. This country was built by ordinary people. They literally took off their white coats, put aside their violin, rolled up their sleeves, and worked hard because community prevailed over personal ego. To this day, these people work hard and achieve great results. A nation is not an elite. A nation is humans who can love, strive for life without wars or hunger, who will not pass by someone in need. This nation strives to serve not only their nation, but also other nations. Friends, we invite you to see what these people really live by and what they really care about. Life is changing rapidly, but only one thing remains constant: our desire for true human values. We have learned the opinions of different people, and it turns out that we all want to live in the creative society. What do you think unites all people in the world, regardless of religion, nationality, social status, or politics?
The wish to live well throughout the whole world, and of course in Israel too, without wars, so that everyone would love his neighbor.
What do we all have in common?
A human, peace, a kind word, acceptance of another person. That's what's important. Let people live in peace, let everyone have only the good, yes.
God created us all. God is one. God created everyone. What kind of society would you like to live in, where we would all feel safe? What is important to you?
Really, let there be confidence without fear, not to fear anyone, to sit and laugh with everyone, and eat and talk without fear
give
of
each other
anything,
a hand,
really.
let it be so.
First of all, to be humans. And you said without religion, but we all believe in one God. Regardless of religion, race or gender, we are all humans.
We all want to live. We all want to live in peace.
I think all people in the world love their family, their closed ones. I mean people they know. I think people will respect each other, meaning let people live the way they want, to live without hurting others. The desire to live and to be a human. I believe these are actually two main reasons that exist today and will always exist. A society where there is room for everyone and everyone respects everyone. And everyone can be whatever they want and care about everyone else's interests. The best thing is love, peace and joy. But apart from everything else, there is also nervousness and stress. And you have to separate one from the other. Really, then everything is alright. I would like to live in peace with everyone, in peace with all nations. That's what I think it should be like.
I think that this is just a simple connection of energy, love for the universe, for the world, for people, for the beauty in a person. Real and simple love. Everyone is born the same and dies the same way.
Climate. Yesterday we talked about it. We said our kids wouldn't forgive us and tell us, why didn't you take to the streets and prevent this thing? We are people, we want to live.
We are people, we want to live.
We are just people who wants to live.
אנחנו אנשים, אנחנו רוצים לחיות. אנחנו אנשים, אנחנו רוצים לחיות.
Wow, סרטון.
This is a very inspiring video. It shows how close we are to each other. If you want to live in a wonderful, safe, creative society, you can start acting now. Please tell everyone about the Creative Society project. Share the link to the Kaleidoscope of Facts. People have the right to know the truth.
In each of us there is what we call good, light, and this inner feeling, love. We must correspond to this vibration. This is our inner tuning fork, and relate our actions and steps to this tuning fork. Then people who are in this vibration will feel the external assistance. But it doesn't mean purely that each of us should wait for someone to come to you one day and present you something amazing. We must move toward it. We must improve ourselves, use the knowledge we have and even the tools that we have, including yoga and meditation and so on. But besides that, our civilization has an opportunity to make a tremendous leap within 10 to 15 years. And I think that within the next 10, 15, 20 years, we will make this leap. But in order for it to happen, people must receive the information that was taken away from people a very long time ago. But nevertheless, It was preserved in the texts, so that people and humankind begin to think in this direction. And then we all get an excellent chance. So let's use it. We all have one nature, the Divine One. We must understand that we are all a projection of the One. And if each of us strive through the existing connection, which the Disana tribe tells us about, we will restore this channel. Then consider that we'll become projections of God's idea on earth. This is the most important, colossal thought, because He, the one who created everything, conceived it this way. He actually strived to do this. He sought through humans, through the evolution of humans, to cognize the world in which He is. And we must correspond to this purpose. And when we begin to move along the path of spiritual development, to think about our state, the state of our energy system, then we move towards reunification with Him, and through Him with each other. This is an extremely interesting, great task that I have been talking about since 2004, when I published my first material called Knowledge About God. Right away I said there that this ancient text talks directly about it. People, if I look into your eyes, I understand that through your eyes God is looking at me. Well, how can I punch you in the nose? You understand that, first of all, I will punch God, and then I will punch myself. Because through my eyes God is looking at you. So what then? Maybe it makes sense to think about it and make one last decision. What way to move on? That's the point, my dear. That's the point. Evolution is a much more complicated process than just a struggle for survival. To date, there are absolutely clear concepts that human evolution is based on love, kindness, and care for each other. And only when we live in society, in a group, a large group, where there is a mutual aid first of all, only then can we evolve and develop. Mutual aid, kindness, a good attitude towards each other, and that is a basis for evolution. That is what allows us to evolve.
Thank you very much, dear Valery Mikhailovich and Konstantin Georgievich, for such sincere and kind words. Indeed, each of us is unique. We have different talents, traits of character, and features of appearance, with different ways of thinking. Today we talked a lot about differences in genetics. But this is something that applies to our bodies, something that can be changed or replaced. But it's all matter that will die anyway, because all matter is finite, and mind, no matter how advanced it is, it's still finite. And behind the external physical differences, inside there is something that unites us all. It is the soul, a particle from the spiritual world, the divine code. And all the religions of the world say that the spiritual world is one, which means we are one. In fact, all of us are very close relatives. But then why is there so much hatred, animosity and suffering in the world? What are we arguing about all the time, and what are we trying to achieve? You might say, that's the way the world is. And you'd be partly right. It is the way the world is now because we build it that way. And there is no one to blame. We are the people who act and agree to live this way. That's why only we ourselves can change it. Don't you? Same like me feel the need to love and be loved, to live happily in peace and friendship with the people around you. Of course you do. After all, everyone feels the need to live differently, without dirt and anger. If we stop being beasts and remember that we are human, It can be the same on earth as it is in the spiritual world. Love and joy. We can build a safe and prosperous society for ourselves and our children, a creative society in which each person could reveal his or her best human qualities, develop and cognize his or her true essence. And no genes or external circumstances can stop us from doing this. After all, only our own choice determines what kind of future awaits us. It is said that a mind without kindness is cunning, but a mind united with kindness is wisdom. When will we all find wisdom together, so that we don't trade eternity for the moment? After all, the soul within you is the portal to eternity, with which you can connect by choice and find true love, a life that will never end. Our talents could serve for the benefit of all society, when everyone directs their attention to making the world a beautiful and safe place. The world around us will change for the better very quickly. It is our nature to love and create. By joining together, we can do anything.
Anna, you are absolutely right. United, we can do everything. I would like to express my gratitude to our esteemed speakers and to everyone who has participated in the preparation of this episode of Kaleidoscope of Facts. Great gratitude to everyone who searched for information, worked on the creation of scripts, editors, translators, simultaneous interpreters, design team, and technical support team, and everyone who's behind the scene. It is only through close and friendly cooperation that such projects are possible. We would like to thank our dear viewers as well. We will be glad if you share in the comments under the video what you liked most and what you remembered. Thank you all very much.
Yes, a huge thanks to everyone. And it was said before, it all starts with the individual and their choices. We can, if we want to build a new world, build the creative society, a society where every human is valuable. It doesn't matter what you look like, what race you belong to, or what religion you practice.
But we have another side in us. Each and every one of us. Despite what our bodies are like, they are just bodies. This is merely reflected on the way our consciousness works and how we, as personality, perceive our consciousness, no more. But each one of us has that which is common to all. It is the soul. This divine code, let's put it so, unites us all. Friends, it is the best thing that can be, and each of us has a thirst and desire for unification, for creating a different world, a right, fair world, without lies, without malice, and without filth. The creative society, or even better, an ideal society, because we all long for the ideal society, you know, just in order to fractally repeat. Here, it should be like in the spiritual world, where a man is brother to a man, and not a beast, as it is now, unfortunately. And everyone has a need.
Moreover, everyone is endowed with talents, and these talents, in fact, should not be something that separates us or be conditioned for our domination.
Of course.
But we should serve with these talents for the good of society, for the good of one egregore and each other.
Right. If we all put all of our talents together, everything that makes us, let's say, human beings, into one money box, can you imagine what the world would be like? Isn't that so?
It is.
If we invest all of our attention in the prosperity of our world and in the spiritual development of everyone. Well, spiritual development is for those who strive for God. At least, invest in the development of our world to make the world a better place, to make it safe, at least for our children, if not for ourselves. You know, consciousness interferes anyway, but we can do it, friends. Isn't that so?
We can create those conditions, right?
We can. Of course we can. What is actually required for that? Just a little. To stop being animals. To stop separating someone and accusing someone of something. To stop looking for someone to blame for why our world is like that. And to face the truth. Our world is like that because we are like that, my friends. Isn't that so? If we change, everything will change. But that's if each of us changes.
And sees a human being in another person first and foremost.
And values one's attention, values and directs it where necessary towards a common goal, consolidation, to really create this world, and not on all the above mentioned quarrels, conflicts,
And divisions.
and all that.
So we have to value attention, my friends. Right?
Yes.
And
take care of each other.
That's the main thing. If we don't take care of each other, it will be the same as always. There will be that which is happening now, when we don't listen to each other, when we don't take care of each other. That's how the world is sliding into what we are all standing on the threshold of. But we can prevent it all. And to do that, as Jana said, we should invest our attention where necessary. Let's invest our attention in love for each other and mutual respect, right?
Right.
And in the prosperity of our world. So friends, let's just start at least loving each other. Thank you for being with us today. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jana.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for the fact that we still have a chance. Thank you.